when the object of the conspiracy is obtained, but typically the argument the defense makes is that in this case it did end then, so that this wasn't part of the conspiracy. But as I understand it, you're conceding that there was a conspiracy ongoing, at least through the interviews at the Montana border?
Between Jake and Angela, for sure. And they pled guilty to this. That's extremely fact. They've actually pled guilty to this.
All right. Well, I think I understand the arguments of all, but I'm going to deny the request of defense to play the tape at this time. It may be impeachment material at a later point. If I don't know how this, I can't be sure what's going to be called here, who's going to be called and when. And it may be that it's admissible in some other way at a later point. But at this point, it doesn't impeach anything that I can, nobody's pointed out that it impeaches anything that we've had in the case so far, so that wouldn't be a reason for it. So I'm going to deny the request at this time. Now,
If I may, just two matters, one of which is, I'll refer the court to U.S. versus Morgan, which is 581 F. 2nd 933, which actually specifies that the government can be a party opponent. And so it's not something that is a unilateral that only the party opponent is the defendant. And so that federal case does say that it's not just restricted to the defendant, but the state as well as a party opponent. So the rule goes both ways in regard to those co-conspirator statements. I just wanted to put that on the record. I'm not sure if that's going to change your ruling. But in light of your ruling, the next issue that we're going to have is now the state wants to play the statement of Angela Wagner. Now they can only get that in as a co-conspirator statement. And she had denials throughout the entire thing except for, I believe, one part of it. And unless the state is conceding that, so the statement that I think the state wants in is a statement that Angela bought shoes for her boys. Well, if that's the state's theory, and if the state is arguing that's a correct point, well then that point is not in furtherance of the conspiracy. So we would have no objection to playing the entire interview except for that one portion, because if that's consistent with what their case is, that is not in furtherance of the conspiracy.
all right, that's actually arguing a different statement.
You're correct, Your Honor. But actually, Mr. Parker was right when he talked about how co-conspirator statements work. So again, it is clear that statements of co-conspirator made after the object of the conspiracy is complete, that are made in an effort to either throw the investigation off or cover up the conspiracy, that those are admissible. The difference is the state is allowed to enter that because we're a party opponent. So again, with respect to the existence, the issue usually is whether or not there's independent evidence of the existence of the conspiracy. That doesn't appear to be an issue anymore. And it also doesn't appear to be an issue that these are the types of statements that would be allowed under that rule. So the Angela's statements about these shoes, again, she denies that she bought them for the purpose of the murder. She says that she threw them away. So her denials, again, are part of trying to throw the investigation off, trying to cover up the object of the conspiracy. So they fall squarely within what would be allowed under the rule. We'd be allowed to play.
Judge, the state wants it both ways. You know, they want to play Angela's statement, but they don't want to play Jake's. Why is that? Why is that, Judge?
Well, I can't answer why it is, but I can answer that the state has some discretion in how they present their case. So if they don't wish to present evidence that would be admissible, that if they were to present it, that's their decision, it's the prosecutor's decision to make on that.
Understood, Judge, but we have a right to cross-examine and play evidence we have a right as part of our cross-examination to, as we did with this agent on the stand here, and to provide a complete defense so things are not taken out of context, and so the jury has a complete understanding of what happened in this case, what the investigation was, what it revealed, their hiding concept.
Did you have something else, Mr.?
Other than, Angela gave statements about what she did with the shoes, but I think unless they're saying it's inconsistent, or that they're saying that Angela's statement that I bought those shoes for my boys is wrong, that's consistent with their theme, and therefore that would not be in furtherance of conspiracy. That statement then should be excluded.
Well, again, the court's going to, and we probably need to do this in the presence of the jury. You can renew your request at that point if you wish to, about playing the tape. The state objects, the court intends to sustain the objection. And you're still on cross, so you still have an opportunity to ask additional questions if you have any additional questions to ask.
Yeah, with respect to the objections, again, since we've argued the law and argued our positions, we don't need to go into speaking objections, we just make a record.
Yeah, the court will incorporate those arguments that you've already made in making its ruling. But the jury this way understands that you've offered it, they have objected, and the court has.
I'm not sure if the court overruled my objection in regard to the one statement, I bought those shoes for my boys, but that's consistent with their theory. And therefore, that would not qualify as a co-conspirator statement, because it's not in furtherance of the conspiracy. Once a co-conspirator, and I'm not conceding there is a conspiracy, but once there is a co-conspirator comes forward with what they perceive, what the government perceives to be the truth, that's no longer in furtherance of the conspiracy. And so if she said, I bought those shoes for my boys, and if that's their case, that statement is not in furtherance of the conspiracy, and that statement should be stricken. I'm not sure if the court ruled on that specific request.
First of all, that would be ultimately end up being a weight argument. It's our position that, again, the statement that she makes with respect to those shoes and what she did with those shoes, how she obtained those shoes, and her initial denial that she even bought them, are all part of her attempt to cover up the conspiracy and their role in this conspiracy.
And all of those things we have no problem with. The one thing he has not mentioned is the one specific statement, who did you buy those shoes for? I bought those for my boys. That's their case. That statement alone, that one statement would not be in furtherance of the conspiracy. If that's their case, if that's who she bought them for, that statement cannot be in furtherance of the conspiracy.
The argument for that is what?
Your Honor, okay. A co-conspirator statement is in furtherance of the conspiracy. She's trying to conceal the crime. So she admits to buying them for the boys, but then says she threw them away. So that's very important to this case.
Yeah.
And so...
let me ask this, is this a statement that you'll be playing?
Yes.
And is it, was this statement taken, the evidence will show it was taken at what point in time?
Yes, at the border, Special Agent Thomasford took the statement, and there's a recording of it. So our intent was to play it. It's a little less than 2 hours. And again, her whole thing is the denial, saying the relationships are all hunky-dory, all the stuff that frankly George said and Jake said. They all said the same things.
Yes, this statement was given in a different room at the same exact time that Jake was given a statement.
And it's a co-conspirator, and the state is allowed to admit it into evidence.
And the state is also a party opponent. So
we're not a party opponent.
Is this an entire statement that you're going to be offering? The
Your
entire
Honor.
statement made up there at the border on May 21st, 27th?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's actually not in front of the court right now, but I wanted to, that helps a little bit for me to understand where you're going with that statement. But we're going to have to bring the jury up if counsel's ready. The defense
Your
can
Honor,
renew.
I just had one other thing. Yesterday, Mr. Parker questioned Agent Scheider regarding Jake's Crawford statement, which is, as the court knows, an off-record discussion is only allowed to be used for impeachment purposes. And again, it's another statement of a co-conspirator. So, again, it's just all premature. Once Jake takes the stand, they can use this information to impeach them, certainly. But it's improper to ask questions about proffers. Again,
it's absolutely relevant to their investigation. After this interview with Jake in Montana, which is a long interview, 5 hours or so, all right, they didn't arrest him at that time. They let him go with his family. The investigation continued for nearly 18 months. And then there was an indictment, and then it was in April of last year, 21, I believe, a long time later, Jake makes this proffer. So to say that the proffer is not relevant to his investigation, when he sat in on the proffer along with the prosecutors, asked questions, that absolutely is relevant. And it's misleading to present evidence that's completely inconsistent with Jake's proffer.
Well, how about Angela's proffer, who said that it was relevant to the homicide? Who said that Billy said, take that down because it's going to capture us coming and going?
We're talking about Jake at this point.
Well,
All right, and what about Jake saying that DVR burned up had nothing to do with the murders? All right, and you presented it to the jury as if it did.
like I said, what did Angela Wagner say about it? You always ignore Angela Wagner's proffer.
No, I'm not ignoring Angela's, I'm taking one witness at a time, and we're talking about Jake here.
All right, so we've hopped onto another witness's statement here, but are we ready for the jury to be brought up at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just one clarification. I know the state argued that there was some concession, that there's a conspiracy. I just wanted the record to be clear that that concession was not made. And furthermore, the court denied that motion anyhow. So I just wanted the record to be clear that that was not unaddressed. And we're still demanding independent proof of the conspiracy.
We're not to that point yet. That witness isn't up here.
I guess I'm giving you a heads up with
Seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, jury. Good to see you all here. Yesterday, when we concluded our day, Agent Scheider was on the witness stand. So I'm going to ask Agent Scheider if you'll occupy the witness chair. You're still there. The oath that was administered yesterday, this is continuous testimony, so that oath is still in effect today.
Understood.
You may have a seat there. The defense was cross-examining Officer Scheider, and you may resume your cross-examination this morning. I believe that you made a request that was pending before the
Yes, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. Yesterday, I believe we left off, we were at the Montana border, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you and another agent interviewed Jake Wagner at the border and recorded that, correct?
Yes.
While other agents interviewed other Wagner family members,
Correct.
All right. Judge, we would ask that the Jake Wagner interview from the Montana border be played now for the jury.
state's position.
The state would object to that, Your Honor.
All right. And the court will sustain the objection to that.
Given that ruling, Judge, we have no other questions.
Any redirect on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Special Agent Scheider, I believe yesterday, one of the questions you were asked about was the recording devices that were placed in the vehicle that the Wagners arrived at and departed from the border, port of entry there in Montana. And you indicated that they were not very successful. Tell us, first of all, what you mean by that.
In two ways. Number one, as the, excuse me, as the Wagners were released, we anticipated there would be conversation in that vehicle about the interviews that had just taken place, and there was not any.
We would object. Let's let the jurors hear the best evidence. Let them hear the recordings, not just what the witnesses' interpretations of the recording.
Your Honor, this is redirect, in direct response to Mr. Parker's question of Agent Scheiderer.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection.
So there wasn't conversation like we expected as they exited the Border Patrol facility and arrived in their vehicle. So lack of conversation. And then once the vehicle got on the roadway, road noise prohibited from being able to hear anything with any kind of clarity.
Okay. And was there some period of time where they were stationary, where you could hear conversations that were occurring, they just weren't anything pertinent to the investigation?
Correct.
Overrule.
But then you indicated once the vehicle was moving on the highway, then it was difficult to hear anything that was being said.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Due to road noise.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Additional cross?
No, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Special Agent Jenny Thomasford to stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
Please be seated. The state may examine it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jennifer Thomasford, Commisford.
And Ms. Thomasford, can you tell us where you are employed?
I'm employed at the Ohio Attorney General's office. I'm a special agent with Ohio BCI.
And what is your current assignment?
I am currently assigned to the Environmental Enforcement Unit within BCI.
And how long have you been in the Environmental Enforcement Unit?
Approximately 2 years.
And prior to that, what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the Special Investigations Unit in BCI in southeastern Ohio, and I was there for roughly 6 years.
And can you tell us what your duties were when you were in the Special Investigations Unit with BCI?
Sure. We assisted local law enforcement in conducting criminal investigations, anything ranging from homicides and question deaths to sexual assault, public corruption, and even voter fraud.
Okay. And you indicated you were in that position for approximately 6 years, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been with BCI in total?
Roughly 8 years.
Okay. And can you tell us what you did prior to coming to BCI?
Sure. I spent 3 years as a special agent at the Ohio Attorney General's office in their healthcare fraud section. And prior to that, I was a Columbus police officer for 6 years.
And what were your duties as a police officer with the Columbus Police Department?
Primarily routine patrol, responding to calls for service, conducting traffic stops, taking reports, effecting arrests. And I also did a short stint with one of our investigative units.
Okay. And can you tell us what your background is, what education you have?
I graduated from Ohio State with a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminology. And I've done other, obviously, assorted trainings through my law enforcement career.
Okay. Certified as a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And received ongoing training once you were employed at BCI, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Relevant to investigations, et cetera?
yes.
Were you in the role of a BCI agent or a special agent in the SIU unit in 2016?
Yes,
Can you tell us, in April of 2016, were you one of the special agents that got assigned to investigate the Rhoden homicides?
yes.
And can you tell us what was the extent of your involvement? And I guess maybe we'll just start with the first day, if you can recall how you first became involved.
Okay. We were notified that the request was made for BCI to assist Pike County in the investigation. Initially, when I responded, I believe I responded to the Piketon Police Department, where most of the law enforcement personnel was staging. Spent some time there. From there, I believe I went to scene 1, which was Christopher Rhoden Sr.'s residence. Was there for some time. And then at some point, I went to the Pike County Sheriff's Office and conducted some interviews that day.
Okay. When you went to scene 1, did you enter the scene, or what was the status of that at that time?
When we initially responded, we were still, I believe, waiting on search warrants, so we were in sort of a standby mode at that time until those were processed.
Okay. So you didn't enter the scene on that day?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you ultimately become one of the primary agents who traveled back and forth to Pike County on a daily basis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have an idea of for approximately how long that kind of level of activity occurred?
I couldn't say exactly, but it was several months that we
Okay.
were consistently traveling to and from Pike County.
Okay. And would there be daily briefings on the case?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what some of the tasks that you completed in this were as far as your daily travelings to Pike County?
Sure. Conducted numerous interviews. Obviously, we did a lot of report writing based on those interviews. I participated in following up on tip information that we received. Participated in search warrants. I traveled to Montana with a group of investigators to conduct interviews. I also traveled to Virginia to conduct an interview as well.
Okay. And did some of your interviews include interviews with inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us additionally, Agent Thomasford, if you were involved in any search warrants conducted in this case?
I was.
And specifically, were you involved in a search warrant at Peterson Road?
Yes.
And were you also involved in a search warrant at State Route 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you aware of the evidence that was recovered at both of those locations, both Peterson Road and State Route 41?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware of ballistic evidence and Walmart receipt and shoe evidence that was recovered there, along with other items, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you traveled to the Montana border. Can you tell us, was that after the search warrants had been conducted at Peterson Road and State Route 41, and then also the Flying W?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for the search warrant at the Flying W?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you tell us what was the purpose of traveling to the Montana border?
To conduct interviews on the Wagner family.
Okay. And were you one of the agents that was assigned to conduct an interview of one of those, one of the members of the Wagner family?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were you assigned to interview?
Angela Wagner.
And was there any other agent that was assigned to interview her along with you?
Yes, a BCI Special Agent Rick Ward, W-A-R-D.
And can you tell us, prior to going to the border, first of all, was Montana your first destination?
No,
What was your first destination?
North Dakota.
Okay, and what happened there?
Once we landed, we received information that the Wagners would not be coming through the North Dakota port of entry, but the Montana port of entry from Canada.
Okay. So what did you do at that point?
Got back on the plane and flew to Montana.
And can you tell us, prior to going to Montana, did the CIU analysts put together pieces of information for you to use during your interview?
They did.
Okay. And can you tell us what sorts of things were in that, that they provided to you?
Yeah, essentially we received a variety of documents to include custody and guardianship documents, as well as evidentiary documents pertaining to the shoe print impression, as well as the ballistics and the firearms evidence. Also in that packet of information was photographs of Angela Wagner at the Walmart in early April of 2016 and a receipt for the purchase of the shoes.
Okay. And can you tell us what the expectation was or what the purpose of providing you that information was?
Essentially to confront or to question Angela Wagner regarding that information.
Okay. And did you have discretion over how you did that or the manner in which you did that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, was the interview that you, or I moved ahead of myself. Did the Wagners actually arrive at the port of entry in Sweetgrass, Montana?
They did.
Okay. And can you tell us how that was handled when they first arrived, how they were placed into various rooms?
Personnel with the Border Patrol placed each of the Wagners in individual rooms, and then they proceeded with their course of business, whatever that was going to be. And then from there, we were to enter the rooms and conduct the interviews or attempt to do so.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you consider this a custodial interview?
We treated it as a custodial interview.
Okay. And so I guess if you could tell us what a custodial interview is.
Essentially, that the individual that's being interviewed is not free to leave.
Okay. And in this situation, were they technically free to leave if they chose to do so?
Overruled.
They were free to ask to leave the room that they were in speaking with us, but I do not believe they were free to leave until the Border Patrol was completed with their tasks.
Okay. And as such, you said you treated it like a custodial interview. Tell us what that means.
We treated it as a custodial interview in that we Mirandized Angela Wagner because we treated it as though she was in custody, not free to leave, and that she was being interrogated. So we read her Miranda rights.
Okay. And can you just give us a brief summation of what Miranda rights are?
Basically informing the individual being interviewed that that the interview that they participate in or consent to participating in is completely voluntary, that they have a right to speak to an attorney before answering any questions, that if they do decide and consent to interview, that they can stop the interview at any time and ask to leave at any time.
Okay. And are they also told that anything that they say can and will be used against them in a court of law?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you present that to anybody that you're interviewing, they either sign to consent to be interviewed knowing that they're waiving those rights, or they decline, correct? Okay. And you have to respect whatever they choose, correct?
Right.
Okay. And can you tell us, was this Was Ms. Wagner placed in a room there at the facility at the Port of Entry in Sweetgrass, Montana?
Yes,
And did you and Agent Ward conduct an interview of her?
we did.
And was that interview recorded?
Yes,
Okay. And did Ms. Wagner consent to be interviewed?
she did.
Okay. And is that consent also captured on the recording?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would request to play the recording of Special Agent Thomasford's interview with Angela Wagner at the Montana border.
Any objection? We're permitted to be played.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we start playing, Agent Thomasford, I'm going to just have the interview played in its entirety.
Okay.
So if you can listen to it, and then at the end of that, I will have some questions for you.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you.
We'll be back.
I know. I'll just tell you the same thing I told them. I'm not comfortable with leaving them.
I don't
I've
blame
never
you.
left them with anybody, so.
I understand.
Angela, this is Jenny Thomasford, and I'm
Hi.
Rick Ward with the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
Oh, so BCI, is this where it's expected, like,
Actually, we have no control
Oh, okay.
over the Border Patrol people, that's federal. But the reason we're here is obviously, okay, dealing with all that noise going down in Pike County,
Yeah.
and that's the reason we came up here to get away from all that,
Okay.
okay?
Sure, see the media's all over it, so.
Have you been following any of that?
Of course. Yep.
That crazy?
Am I mad? Absolutely. I am severely mad.
At the media or
I'm a little bit mad at several
everybody?
people. Mhm.
Not us, I hope.
Not you two particularly, although, hopefully not for minutes, you haven't lied to me yet, so.
No, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, a lot of it going on down there, because I haven't been involved,
Mhm.
you know, like from the get-go, so
Right.
a lot of it, we just don't know. But I do want to talk to you a little bit today,
That's good.
and I appreciate it. And the reason I wanted to tell you the decision was made, you know, we just want to get away from down there and talk to you outside of the state of Ohio and Pike County.
That's
I
fine.
think it would be best for everybody.
Now, are you a supervisor, or are you just?
No,
just
I'm not a supervisor.
We're just agents.
Just agents, you know, we're asked to do our job, so.
Okay, that's fine.
I have some personal questions for you, though.
Sure.
How was Alaska?
Oh, we love it.
What, the reason I ask is I've always wanted to go, and,
You should.
and I just doesn't, I know it's really rural and country, so I was just curious what the weather was like, how the roads
It is,
were,
but there's some, bigger cities, just like every place.
like Fairbanks and.
Fairbanks, Wasilla, Anchorage.
Like a Columbus, Cincinnati type, all the same garbage there.
Same thing.
Pictures do look pretty in Alaska. Well, I
Oh,
thought it
it
was
is nice,
beautiful.
it's nice, there's no humidity, 50
What was the weather up there?
50-some degrees.
Even during the day, what was it at night, though?
It's a little colder. I don't know exactly what it was, but yeah, you gotta have sweatshirts and blankets.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that type of thing, but.
Where'd you go there? I mean, any place decent, I mean, touristy, any place decent?
No, actually, we went, of course, we took the kids, to the Sea Life Center, Wildlife Conservation. all
Oh, yeah,
that.
yeah, that's
But,
center, middle of the state.
Seward, well, we go to South Alton. Well, Seward, see, when we was up here in 2007, we went to Seward. Is
I
where we
don't
went.
know where that's at.
It's the Kenai Peninsula.
Okay,
It's a little,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
And
I think I know that's it.
their weather's not much different than like Ohio. They get a little more snow.
Oh,
but
that's not so
they-
bad
They
then.
don't have no humidity. They
Yeah,
have
but see, I was
down
told the
there,
bugs are real bad there.
mosquitoes, but they're not that bad.
Okay, so where is it that it stays dark 6 months out of the year and then light
That's
there is?
Morrow.
That's way up north?
Right.
Okay,
Or Fairbanks, when summer starts, I think it's the 18th of May, and you got 122 days, what they call just daylight.
Mhm.
But it's not daylight, it just, like if there was a full moon out at night.
Yeah.
I've never seen it like, probably the sleep only come through, but I've never seen it like that.
Do you guys drive, how long did you guys drive? I mean, without stopping, what's the longest you drove
Oh,
without
no, just
stopping?
through Canada.
Just through Canada, what was that like? Was that rural, or was it like regular highways?
Nothing from miles.
Just
Pretty
flat,
rural.
like Ohio?
3-year-olds, they gotta go to the bathroom every 5 seconds, and there's no bathroom, and you don't
Two
know where.
3-year-olds?
Yeah, they're both 3.
I have a 2-year-old son, and he's in diapers still, but already it's
Well,
starting.
Wagner he'll be 4 in July, but, he's still 3. They're 4 months apart.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
Sophie, won't be 3 until November, so.
Okay.
They're 3-year-olds.
right,
Even
right.
they want to stop every 5 seconds. And I'm in the car, when you get them out there, like,
Now, the longest I've ever traveled with my kids was like 12 hours.
That's a lot.
But that's stopping in the middle. And I can't even imagine going.
Keeping them
the distance
entertained.
you went.
Oh, no, it was hard. I mean, it wasn't hard, but, it was, oh my gosh, at the end of the day, you're just wore out. You
Yeah.
answered all these questions, the TV has ran, and you're just like, oh my gosh.
It's almost like you don't do anything physical, but mentally you just can't take anymore.
You're,
Yes.
What do you mean the TV with all the garbage going on down there?
no, their TV.
Oh, you have that.
DVD player?
Hell.
Yes.
I don't think you could travel without that. I don't know how
So
people could.
how many kid shows have you watched in the last, or heard, or listened to?
Oh, let's see, we watched Trolls in the last, oh my gosh, it's like the 9th of May, we left that night, so we watched Trolls probably 25 times, and you know all the songs.
So let's see,
Oh, yes,
so
you do.
3-year-olds, are they into like any like regular TV, like Max and Ruby? Is any of that stuff still on, or
No, they're into
Stuff all
Paw Patrol and
Paw Patrol.
and,
how about like Octonauts? Is that still around?
they like that,
Yeah,
but not.
my son loved it.
Mickey Mouse and Little House.
Well, Paw Patrol, Clubhouse, and Shrek. My son loves
Yeah,
Shrek.
Shrek, they like Shrek, Ice Age.
Ice Age, yeah. What's they took probably a little too young for like Despicable Me and Hotel
Well,
Transylvania.
they've watched them, they don't, like.
They don't really get that.
Well, mine loves dinosaurs, so
Yeah.
dinosaurs. I have
Is
watched
Bob the
them.
Builder still popular? Okay.
My son loves Hotel Transylvania. Mama, monster.
Yeah, but they don't pick up on the little innuendo.
No, which is nice for adults because like Shrek and Hotel Transylvania, adults can watch too and enjoy.
Right.
Something for us too.
Right.
It's nice.
Well, Angela, the reason we're here, we want, like I said, we want to get you guys away from Pike County because we're worried about what's going on down there. The media is all over the place, and I know you're a little disturbed. We had no part in that stuff, so we want to talk to you maybe just a fresh perspective on things, okay?
Ask away.
But this is the thing, you're being patted down and they're asking you questions because you're coming from Canada to the United States. I have to, because you're in this room and you're at the border, have to read you Miranda rights. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
That's just saying you don't have the right, you have the right not to talk to me,
Okay.
okay? And if you get uncomfortable at any point in time, you can shut me down and tell me to go away, all right? All right, Ross, guy, let's go.
We're not gonna skip her.
These are the standard forms. Before you ask any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say cannot be. You have the right to talk. Only for you, just for any questions. If you decide to answer questions now, then we'll address those. I believe you still have the right to stop. You also have the right to give a second listen to my voice, just tell me to go. And if you would, do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
Do me a favor, Angela, would you just sign, date, and put the time right there? Will I put the little X? Did you get some sleep in the car?
Yeah, as much as I always get.
I never was able to get.
What is it, 21st?
Yes,
It is.
correct.
And it is 10:10 a.m. currently.
That's mountain time. And would you read that part out loud for me? That's just.
I have read this statement of my rights, and it has been read to me, and I understand what my rights are. I'm willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. I hereby voluntarily and intentionally waive my right and am willing to make a statement and answer questions. Sign.
Yeah, same thing, right there, please, and I'll witness that later. Thanks, Angela, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Okay, so you hear all this noise going on back home. What's your take on all this? I want your assessment of it.
Which part are you wanting to know?
Okay, so I want to get into your relationship with the Rhoden family. Could you discuss that? Again, I'm coming into this. Act like you've had to, and I know this is dragging up a bunch of stuff,
Yeah.
but just act like, because I don't know.
You don't know anything. Okay. Here's the thing. The relationship I had with the Rhodens was through Hannah. Hannah and my son Jake were together for 5 years.
Were they married?
No.
Okay.
Did they intend on getting married? Yes.
Okay.
They had a wedding planned. Everything was planned out for that August.
For what
The
August?
before it happened, August before.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
August of 15.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, we had planned when we were going to plant sunflowers and for the walkthrough. It was all planned out. She had everything organized, everything ready. And I don't know, then she wanted a break. And she took a break and
like when you say break, like who did she relay that to?
to my son.
To your son Jake? Okay.
Yeah.
How did he take it?
Well, it was hurt.
Of course.
You know, Jake, she was the love of his life.
Right.
I mean, my son doesn't take anything lightly.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is just like with Sophie, he's the best dad, that he could be. I mean, he does the best he can, but he was hurt. He was devastated for a while, but they stayed best friends.
Right.
She talked to him all the time, he talked to her.
That's nice for Sophie.
It is, and that's the one thing that they did. Everything was for Sophie. She breastfed for the longest time.
Which is good.
Sophie, she did. She didn't take anything, didn't do anything out of the ordinary. She wasn't supposed to, for Sophie. She wouldn't even eat spicy food or,
Oh, well.
anything. And Sophie was a child. I mean, my gosh, she was a child. But she was a baby. But Sophie was born with a, what do they call that? I forget what they call it, but the flap in your,
Oh,
right
it
here.
sticks,
Well,
right?
it was too big, the little flap where you breathe in right in here, and it would, she would stop breathing in the middle of the night, literally just stop breathing.
It's
And
horrifying.
if you knew she was okay, it sounded like she was snoring when she was sleeping, so as long as you heard the snoring, you know she was okay, but when the snoring would stop, you would know that at that moment, she stopped breathing. So they did a bunch of tests on her and everything, and she had to have surgery. When she was, I don't know, maybe 6 months old, something like that.
Ugh.
And that's tragic enough.
How can you sit through a surgery of a 6 month?
It was hard.
I'd be-
They both cried. We all cried.
I'd be mortified.
Even Bullvine, he was just a baby, and she was on that side of the glass door, and she had her little IVs in and stuff, and he was on this side, and they were kissing each other. I mean, they've always been close, It was sad. It was.
It's so nice that they're so close in age, too.
And,
Yeah.
so, they went through a lot in the beginning with Sophie. I mean, it was trips to Cincinnati Children's Hospital almost every single month, and getting her tested and checked, and, I mean, it was, it was a lot
It's
going
rough.
on.
It's a lot of stress.
But Sophie didn't have it as bad as most. Some kids had to have feeding tubes and stuff, is how bad, so she didn't.
So when this, how old's Sophie now?
3.
Okay, were they together when this happened? Was,
The surgery and everything?
yeah, was Jake
Yeah.
and, okay.
Yeah, it's only been a year
It's only been a year?
since the incident happened,
Right, I
So
know.
Sophie was about 2.5, I think, and she had that when she was like 6 months.
Yeah, but my question was, they were together though, right? Okay, did they live together, or did they did?
Well, when Sophie was born, she lived down in Jake drove truck. We had our own cattle truck, cattle
Okay.
pot, semi.
Mhm.
So my husband would go out with one of the sons. They'd stay out for like a week, and then they'd come back in and they would switch.
Okay.
So, because Hannah and Jake wasn't married, she would go go stay with her family when Jake was out.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd take Sophie.
Okay.
And then, of course, you know, we could always call, you know, and talk to Sophie, or if we were going past there, we could stop and talk or to her or something.
Okay.
It's no big deal. But she would go stay with her family. Then she would come back when Jake would come home.
Okay.
So it's the
And
same.
this is early on, right? Okay.
Yeah.
How long were they together? Okay, so they were together for a little, how long would you say they were together before Sophie was born?
Well, it's 5 years altogether.
So, okay.
When did they split up?
Like how long before Sophie was born, or,
Oh,
I mean,
no.
how long after she was born is what I meant to say.
It was maybe 6 months,
Okay.
Okay.
maybe before the incident
Okay.
that they split
6
up.
months before the incident
Yes.
last year? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I know, let's see. Yeah, probably about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know why Hannah wanted a break?
You know what, I don't know. I know that Hannah was real young when
Mhm.
her and Jake got together. And
What's the age difference for her between the two?
Hannah was 13 and my son was 17,
Okay,
16 and a half, something like that.
Okay.
okay.
I still remember the first day they met. You know, we was at the fair and she had a rabbit. God, Sophie's just like her too. And we had a rabbit and she looked at Jake and she's like, "You want to pet my rabbit?" I still remember it. Yeah. And sometimes Sophie looks just like her. She makes the faces that she does and stuff. But anyway,
That's got to be tough.
well, you know, Hannah called me mom. And, yeah, it's hard. And then when I try not to think about it. Because if I don't think about it, I don't get upset in front of them, is what I try not to do, you know.
Right.
But, it's really hard, you know, when Sophie, like we're on this trip, Sophie says, we pulled in this out all night, we passed this little campground, and Sophie says, "There's my mommy and my nana." And I said, "Where, honey?" Because, you know, we always tell her that they're in her heart, and she doesn't know the full aspect of what happened.
Okay. Right.
And she says, "They're over there, they're camping, they come with us." You know, and I mean, and I let her talk, and I let her explain things, or she gets her toy phone and she'll call her mommy, you know, on her toy phone, and it's always her mommy and her nana.
So she still has pretty good memories then.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, like, especially Dana, that's her nana.
Okay.
She would, like on the weekends, you know, she would take Sophie somewhere, or Sophie and Brentley. She always had them, you know, and she would take them shopping or out to eat or somewhere to the zoo, or, you know, that's what she did on her days off. And
Okay.
so, you know, and so she was real close.
So your relationship with Hannah was good?
It was. Now, I'm just going to tell you, I kept trying to explain this to Ryan and Jonathan. We had a typical mother-daughter relationship. You know, she was a teenager. I mean, we had...
Some frustration.
Well, when she first started hanging out, I thought she was a spoiled brat. I mean, not that I have sons and I thought she wasn't good enough. I mean, you know, but I thought she was a spoiled brat because she really was. I mean, no offense, but she was. She was 13. Her dad let her get away with everything.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, she would just, if you'd say, you know, like it'd be raining, and she'd go outside and she'd always bring her friends over, and they'd run out. We lived on a farm. She'd run out there and get mud from head to toe, and then she just want to come in the house and plop down. And I, you know, we live on a farm, but you know, get your butt outside and you know, get the mud. And oh my, she would give me looks, and she would snarl, and she would tell Jake I was being mean, and you know, but that's typical teenage
Yeah,
stuff.
well, typical, sometimes mother-in-laws can tell.
The mother-in-laws are the worst, of course.
Right, that's an
Yes.
easy
Yes.
scapegoat.
Yep, I did that to my poor mother-in-law. Now I think, oh my gosh, that was horrible, you know, but,
So this is the insight I want from you. So now, and I'm trying to get as much knowledge about the Rhoden family as I possibly can. Okay, anytime you have people that have been, you know, if you want to call them victims of a crime, then you want to get to know what intimate details about the family you possibly can.
right.
And in this case, when you have people that are very tight-knit, you know what I mean, that families that keep really close together, it's kind of difficult to, you know, get into that circle and basically
Right.
find out what's going
Right.
on. So I mean, we obviously know Hannah, when she separated from Jake, had some other relationships, had another
As I hear,
child.
yes. Mhm.
So how did that go? I mean, and I know I'm asking obvious questions, but I
Did
don't
my son
know.
get mad?
Yeah, did he get mad? What was your reaction? What was his reaction?
No, Jake, because by that point, when he found out, okay, that there is a long time, he didn't even know
That she was
that
what?
she had boyfriends.
Okay.
He didn't, because, I mean, she would call him up or text him or talk to him or something and want, you know, they would talk about Sophie and they would talk about getting back together, you know, and he worked and went on and Sophie on his week. And, you know, Jake had Sophie, before they broke up and she moved out, okay, she started going places with her mom. And like, she would leave Sophie, because, you know, Jake wasn't working. So they had made the arrangement that when Jake was home, you know, he wasn't saying, hey, you can't take Sophie, you know, she's my daughter, not yours. It was just when he was home and not out on the road, he wanted to spend time with Sophie.
Which is understandable.
Okay, so if she went somewhere with her mom or something like that, he would say, you know, they see her all this week over here, I want to see her, you know, so if you have to go do something or you want to go do something, just leave her here with me. Because, you know, she was already not breastfeeding by that time.
Well, that makes sense.
Well, she started going. I mean, she would go with her mom and stay going all day. She would leave early in the morning
And Sophie would be with
with us.
you
Yeah,
guys.
at the house, right.
Right.
And, but then, you know, later on as time passed, he found out that apparently she wasn't with her mom. Because a couple times Sophie got sick and we tried to find her. And, you know, we thought she was with Dana, so.
And Dana's home without.
And Dana's like, I know nothing about that.
Alright.
So, you know, I mean, she must have been somewhere. But,
Right.
you know, she come home just fine, you know, like nothing was wrong. I mean, so, you know, but nothing ever came of it. And of course, you know, I don't even remember that incident there. I think Dana later said that she was over at a cousin's house or something like that. But, you know, by the time he found out that she really had all these other boyfriends along the way and stuff, you know, after they broke up and stuff, they had already decided not to get back together.
So would you say
So everything was about Sophie.
he wasn't as phased as he would have been if they were still,
Right.
you know? So was his reaction what you would expect from anybody? Pretty,
Yes.
you know?
Yes, it was, but I'm
Measured.
not just taking that for my son, but
No, listen, I
he
want
wasn't
to know
mad
everybody's
enough.
reaction.
He wasn't mad enough, or ever would he get mad enough to do something like that to his
Right.
women because of one thing. And it's that thing
Right,
sitting in the
right.
floor out there. He wouldn't do it because she loved her mommy. They had a super close relationship. He would never do that to her. To this day, everything is about Sophie. That's just the way it is, you know. And as far as Dana and Chris and little Chris spent a ton of time at our house.
Mhm.
Because in the beginning, if Hannah came, little Chris came.
Okay.
That was Daddy's rule. I don't know how it
Oh,
happened,
okay.
but you know, that was Daddy's rule.
So Hannah was gonna be there, little Chris was
Like
gonna
a
be there.
chaperone.
Kind of, that was the worst chaperone in the worst.
Probably.
He's even younger than Hannah, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Yes.
rambunctious.
And he was, oh my gosh, well, he was spoiled. Seriously, he was. I mean, little Chris would, if he didn't get his way, he would lay down on the floor and start flopping around. And this is like, I'm talking like at 10, 12 years old. He'd start flopping around.
Really?
Yeah.
That's spoiled
Mhm.
at that age?
Mm.
Way old enough to know better.
Yeah.
To do that.
They went fishing one night. I'm sure they'll tell you. I don't know the whole details, but they went fishing, you know, and was on the way back. And it was the middle of the night. He got mad about something and jumped out of the vehicle. You know, because they were
Whose vehicle?
They were going slow. Well, Jake's, you know, because Jake, I think he was taking Hannah home or something. But anyway, you know, they were turning in a road, so they were going
Okay.
slow. But, you know, he gets out and he lays down in the middle of the road and starts having a fit. And I'm talking, he did this more than once to several different
And how old was he then? Still 11, 12 years old? or-
Yeah, that's,
You know, 9, 10, something like that.
Yeah,
He would do
yeah.
that at the house,
That's
you know.
ridiculous.
I mean, I never was, you know, like bossy. I tried to always be something I thought my mother-in-law wasn't, but, you know, I had stuff to do, and so they were always there, and, you know, especially on the weekends, I'd be like, oh, let's do this or this, and he didn't want to one day. He didn't even want to help pick up trash. Let me lay down in my driveway and started having this fit. And I thought he got hurt. I'd never seen that before in an older
Did you ever see how Chris interacted with his dad? Were you ever around when he interacted? How was he? How was it? Was it, could you see the obvious effects of why he was
Oh,
spoiled?
they acted that way in front of Dad, but Dad, you didn't touch little Chris. You didn't say
He
nothing
was
about it.
the, golden
If I said
child.
anything, I said stuff several times, because I just wasn't raised that way. I mean, I didn't act that way.
Now, are your parents still alive?
Yes.
They are, okay.
And you just didn't do that, you know. And if you said something to Chris, it was, hey, I acted that way when I was a kid. You don't like him, Hannah don't need to come either.
Oh.
So I'm stuck in the middle, you
Okay.
know, so yeah. Well, I mean, Chris was a good kid, he just was spoiled.
Yeah, so what was the, what was your relationship like with Chris Senior, Hannah's dad?
I didn't really have one. I mean, I talked to him, you know, when.
Out of necessity?
Well, not, I mean, if I seen him, I said hi. I mean, you know,
Right,
him
right.
and my husband were friends.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris and I, you know, I talked to him, he came over and ate dinner a couple times. It's not like I could have he got mad at me one time. And of course, you know, I wanted to make sure that was smoothed over for Jake and Hannah.
What did he get mad at you
When
about?
Hannah got pregnant by Jake,
Okay.
she wouldn't tell. And she went 4 months without going to the doctor, no checkups, no vitamins. She wouldn't tell. And I told her, I said, you've got to tell.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go to the doctor. She wouldn't do it. She wouldn't let me tell. She wouldn't let Jake tell. And she wouldn't. Finally, one day I said, this is it. That's my grandbaby. You're going to either go to the doctor and I'm going to take you, or you're going to tell or I'm going to tell. And
How
I
did they
said,
end up finding out?
You know what? I don't know, because I did take her.
Did you tell him?
No, I did take her to the doctor.
Well, good for you.
And I did get her to go, and she had her checkup and pregnancy tests, and they put her on vitamins. There was someone at the doctor's office that she knew, I worked there, and I don't know, by 2 days later, they knew.
It doesn't take
my
long for
son-
word to spread there either.
Because Jake, you know, he said, we're gonna tell, because, you know, he don't like hiding anything, like he said, we're gonna tell. So he went, and Chris, you know, he was mad, and he said, I already know.
Well, I mean, who did he vent? Did he vent to you?
Oh, no, he wouldn't talk to me, he was mad at me.
Did he
But he
vent
was
to?
mad because I took her to the doctor.
Did he vent to
Right.
anybody, your husband? Did he vent to him?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
To solve another question for you real quick.
Sure.
The relationship my husband and him had,
Who's him?
Chris
Okay.
Senior, that I never got involved with. I
Okay.
The relationship between, and your husband's Billy, right? Okay. Your relationship between Billy and Chris
Mhm.
was you didn't have any involvement in that?
No, I did not get.
Well, I mean,
I
was there
did-
something odd about it, or was it just
No,
guys being guys?
No, I mean, the thing, what I'm trying to say is, I knew they were friends. I knew they were best friends.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that he was at Chris's a lot, when he wasn't on the road and stuff, you know, and I know they hung out, and I know that Chris come, you know, down to the house and talked to him a couple times and stuff, you know, or he would come down and, want to borrow something, or,
Yeah.
you know, Jake went and worked a job for him on a house one time, just stuff like that, you know.
Did Jake or Billy ever get out of that lake and work with Chris?
No.
No, okay.
No, Jake helped him fix a roof in Pike. They were redoing a house in Pike
Mhm.
one time.
Okay.
Now, of course, the boys, they went to the lake a couple times, you know, one summer, they hung out down there for a little while, just moving
Mhm.
off, you know, like kids do, way before there were ever any babies, but no, I mean, I don't, because I know Ryan and Jonathan had asked me if I knowed, you know, their conversations and
Yeah, I
and
mean,
stuff like that.
that's,
No, I don't know that.
Angela, you have to know, that's guys, that's detectives, investigators, just
Yeah,
doing,
well, I understand.
just doing their job, you know,
Yeah.
they don't, I mean, when you get to something to this, you know, this
Right.
magnitude, you know, you have to ask those questions that nobody
Oh,
wants
yeah,
to.
but I will tell you this though, that tip that's out about him and my husband getting in a big fight,
Mhm.
the tip that Mr.
Yeah,
Bailey supposedly.
yeah, like an argument in front of the house or something.
Yes, that Leonard is screaming, I know that I read that he is the one that is screaming this stuff, but, those two would have never fought like that. They wouldn't
No.
have. They
They've been
didn't have that.
they've been friends for a while, right? Did they grow up together?
I don't know about that. They
Okay.
didn't, not that I know.
How long have you known Billy?
Since I was 14.
Okay, so you guys have been around each other for a really
Yeah.
long time. And how old are you now, Angela?
46.
Okay, so,
47.
Long time.
Yeah.
you're, your teens and almost your entire
Right.
adult life.
Right.
And how old were you when you and Billy got married?
I was 20.
Okay.
And
And did you have Jake first?
George.
Or George first? Okay, so it goes George and Jake.
Jake.
I got you. So you and Billy were did you guys separate? Did you guys ever get a divorce? No? But you had some marital issues where you,
Not really marital issues, just, we don't see things the way we used to. It's not a, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love.
you didn't tell me you want to take a break, did you?
No, and he stays at his mom's, not because we're having a marital issue.
Okay.
His dad
Is he sick?
his dad's got like 3 months,
Oh,
if that.
oh.
What's wrong with them?
COPD.
Oh, was he a smoker?
Yeah, but he's got a whole bunch of, he's been beaten, battered by horses, and he's on blood thinners, and, he can't get, someone's got to help him in and out of bed, and if he falls out of the bed, then if you touch him, his skin just tears, and he's in really bad shape.
So is he kind of looking after him?
Yeah,
Okay.
because he's actually been up there almost 3 years. I mean, he comes to the house all the time and stuff, he'll spend the night down there and stuff, and the kids love him to pieces, but, his brother comes down and helps, sometimes with his dad and things, but, him and his dad, he loves his dad, and he was the baby.
Oh, yeah, I'm the baby, so, it tells you how old I am.
So, it's, like this trip, that's all he's talked about is I should have been there, should have stayed home, and
It's a hard situation to be in.
It is.
It really is.
What, so when Hannah gets pregnant with the other baby, with the other guy,
With Kylie.
yeah, how did that go over how did that go over, number one, with the other boyfriend, or boyfriends, and Jake?
Well, Jake never talked to the other boyfriends.
Okay.
The only time he talked to Charlie.
We're trying to get a feel for the other boyfriends.
Charlie is the dad to Kylie.
It's Charlie Gilly, right? Okay.
Now, actually, Jake, the only time he ever talked to Charlie was whenever they was in the courtroom when they were going to determine who DNA was.
As paternity test?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only reason Jake had one done was because Hannah broke up with Charlie.
And they were.
So Charlie broke up with her, I don't know which one. She came down one night, and I watched Sophie, and they went, and whatever, and thought, I want to get back with you thing, and, lasted about a week or so, and then she went back to Charlie, and,
And how did, so was Jake, really in love with Hannah where he would take her back? That type of,
you know what?
we've all been in those
I would
relationships.
think that he might have,
Mhm.
but then, I don't know, because there at last, he was over it. I mean, he was, it had been a while, and he was over it, and like I said, they were just friends. But
Were
Hannah
they?
kept saying she didn't, even she told me, she had texted me, when she texted me about being pregnant, she was afraid I would be upset that
Were
she
you?
was pregnant again. I wasn't upset, no.
No,
I was upset when she left Jake, yeah.
of course.
And I was upset the
Nobody
fact
wants
that-
their kids in
Well, no, and I was upset about the fact that, before she left, like I said, Hannah and I had a wonderful relationship as far as a mother and daughter could have,
Mhm. How was your relationship with Dana?
We weren't best friends, but we were,
You didn't flip each other off though either, right?
no. I mean, she would come to the house and get Sophie, when we would talk, even like Bourne out there, he called her, Nana.
Did that bother you?
No,
Okay,
I
good,
don't care.
okay.
I wanted them, to give you an example, when the babies were born, I was wanting to be called Nana, Well, then Dana, she was there first with Sophie because,
So what did he call you? If he's Nana, what were you?
well, see, George got sick. It was his turn out on the road, right? Because Sophie was being born. Well, he got sick. Well, I had to go. So I wasn't there when Sophie was born. It was all, on pictures and everything. Well, Nana, I'm Nana. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So I went with Gammy.
Okay.
But it's not
So
Gammy.
cute, though.
It's not Gammy, it's Amity. Because they couldn't say Gammy.
Gammy's too hard.
So they made up their own name. So if you hear them say that, my name's like in the car when they ask who Angela was, they're, both of them are like, it's Amity.
And that's just stuck.
Yeah.
They called you that so long.
Like boy calls me Amity Mommy. And because he's a little confused. And so Amity. So,
Okay.
So you and Dana had a cordial relationship.
yeah.
I mean.
I mean, we saw each other at Walmart, you know, we would talk, you know.
Now, let me ask you this. Your relationship pre-breakup, what was it like with Dana?
Same thing.
Pre-breakup? Just amicable? You weren't drinking beers at the local bar together, but you
No,
were, but
that's
you
not
wouldn't,
that.
you wouldn't
That's not
flip
even
each other.
me. That's not even me.
I'll just use it as an analogy.
No, that's, they
I
don't
mean, you
say
didn't go
that.
drink coffee together, right? Do you drink coffee?
Yeah, but.
Okay, you didn't go sit and drink coffee with her for hours and talk about,
No.
your mutual.
No, we talked when she came to the house to pick up or drop off, and we would talk like we see each other at Walmart, you know,
Yeah.
or at the store, the gas station, something like that.
You don't avoid each other when you're out or anything?
So was your relationship this kind of, you know, innocuous, kind of, you know, cordial relationship? Well, did it stay the same after the
Yes,
breakup?
Even after.
So did you ever, so you never got into it with him, like, what are you doing to my son, you know, what are you doing, you get knocked up by another guy, and now you got another guy, and
I wouldn't even, I know, I
you wouldn't
never
even, you wouldn't even.
said that to Ann, no, because I know, common sense, okay?
Mhm.
She's young, and it was pretty. She worked really hard after Sophie to lose a bunch of weight, you know, and let her hair grow out and everything, and she'd never been that skinny before. So, but Hannah's young, and you know, if she wasn't gonna be with Jake, she's not gonna be a nun. I mean, that's not gonna happen, you know. And
You know she's gonna have boyfriends.
She's gonna have a relationship, you know, and young girls nowadays seems like they get pregnant constantly, but you know, I didn't get mine over it.
Okay.
I mean, if you go through Hannah's text messages, you can see where she texted me. And I was like, Hannah, I even told her there, I'm not upset. You know, it's just not, I'm not. I wasn't upset about it. She texted me, she talked to her about it, she'd come down, she'd stay, sometimes she'd pick Sophie up, she'd stay, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, sometimes when she wasn't working.
Mhm.
And we would sit and we'd talk about the kids growing, or we'd talk about this, or, you know, just stuff we used to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, I missed her when she left, because we were the upstairs people. It was our little joke, you know, because my bedroom was upstairs and her and Jake's was upstairs. And
Okay.
when everyone went to sleep, me and Hannah couldn't sleep, you know, because we were up with babies or something. We'd sit at the top of the stairs and, you know, we'd talk. I mean,
No,
that's what we did.
that's what mother-in-laws and daughters and daughter-in-laws,
So, yeah, I mean, you
we all
know,
experience that.
and when she left, I mean, I missed that. It was, we cooked together and, you know, it was,
What was Billy's relationship with her?
with Hannah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he loved that girl. He called her his brat, but he loved her, you know. Even, I mean, that's what I always told Chris. I said, Chris, when I first met her, and she hung out there for a while and stuff, you know, I said, Chris, even if they break up, she's still gonna be my daughter. Sorry, but you're gonna have to share. I told him that, because that's with Hannah. She was just that way.
Right.
I mean, she could be a smart aleck, and she could be a brat, and she could give you the most evil looks in the world.
But this, you know, anytime you have your son with your friend's daughter, sometimes it could strain relationships. Did that strain a relationship with Chris Senior and Billy?
You know, not that, I never seen it.
Okay.
The only thing I know is like if there was any complications at all, like Hannah wasn't keeping up her end of the bargain, you know, like with Sophie coming over or
Right,
holidays,
custody issues.
or like
Custody
on
issues.
holidays, you know, like if okay, like Mr. Manley and Judy, Leonard and Judy, they have their dinners 8 o'clock in the morning. That's their dinners for Christmas and Thanksgiving.
At 8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
That's bizarre.
8 a.m.
Okay.
That's when they
That's
have
weird.
it. And dinner's ready at 8 a.m.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
If you get there like at 10, there's nothing left. But that's when they had them.
That's weird.
So, you know, I know.
I'm sorry, I have to
I don't mean to
say.
be, I don't mean to be judgmental, but that's
Well, I
odd.
don't know, Hannah used to say they wanted to get it over with and done. So they have what's over and done by noon.
I like to savor my
Me
holiday.
too. Like, I like to extend it out as long as I can
Yeah.
for the day.
No, not them, that was early morning.
Okay.
So, you know, when we tried to, well, when Jake and them tried to split up, you know, it was, we tried to all accommodate around that, you know, so she would get Sophie.
Would you split the
First half.
holidays
Yeah,
or
they-
split the day? You
Well,
split the day?
what they did, they would split it.
Okay,
the
that
day.
makes sense fair.
And the reason they did is because, you know, my family lived like an hour or so away.
Okay.
And usually,
Where's your family from?
South Webster.
Oh,
It's mean, on the other side of Portsmouth.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's not too far.
Yeah, it took about an hour to get there.
Okay.
But from Eagles.
There's probably no direct road there, is there?
Well, 32, 23, and then, 104, and, yeah, it takes a little while, but anyway. But anyway, that's what we did. So we tried to, she gets some of them in the morning, and then of evening, and sometimes, she would fuss about this or fuss about that, and Chris would always intervene. And he'd say, Hannah, let's just keep it this way, don't change anything. Or sometimes they changed the day, like they did swap out on Thursdays. And then that messed up, Jake wasn't home sometimes from working. So they switched it to Fridays. And then sometimes.
So was Jake an over-the-road truck driver?
Yes,
Does he still do that?
no.
No, he just doesn't want to do it anymore, or
Well, no, see what happened was, Billy broke his back.
did not know that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, he went out, he went out one time by himself and got pinned in a trailer by a cow. And we didn't know it for a long time, and it broke his back. So.
Oh my God,
he-
So did he have surgery, or did he get
No,
on
he
the pills? or-
just 6 months. He was, couldn't pick up anything heavy, and he wore like a brace around.
Yeah, I've seen that. When did that happen? When did he break his back?
A couple years ago.
Does he still suffer any ill effects from it?
Well, he hurts.
Is it like it's a constant hurt?
Yeah.
That's awful.
Can I check on him real quick? Can you-
I think I heard them go, I think they went to go get something to eat. I heard her say they were gonna run up and get something to eat.
There's a cafeteria 1 floor up, and they have snacks and
This
stuff up there.
this is they're not, nothing's gonna, this is a federal facility, they're not.
Yes, I know, but I just don't.
It's part of their protocol, as it was explained to us,
Yeah.
it's like they'll keep an eye on the kids, and so it's not
Okay.
an
I'll
issue.
listen for them.
Okay.
I have pretty good ears, so I'll listen for them. I heard them say you want something to drink, and
Okay,
I'm
well,
sure
they
they
probably are
upstairs.
hungry, but anyway, no, Jake doesn't do that anymore. But like I said, they switched to Fridays, and then Hannah wanted her weekends. It was one time it was messing up a weekend or something she wanted to do on a Friday, and wouldn't be back in time to do something, I don't know. So they changed it to Saturdays. And then when she started working.
So does that create a problem when they do that, when they
Well, no, I think
switch
this-
up the days?
It doesn't, because like I said, there at last, she started working, after she's pregnant, well, she went and got that job and everything. And Jake had her, well, she was real sick with Kylie, and Jake had her more, while she was pregnant than he ever had her before, because Sophie is very rambunctious, doesn't sleep a lot, and she takes a lot of energy. And Hannah was real sick.
That would make it really hard for her to try to
Well,
keep an eye on her.
She was
and-
done schooling, too, and she was done her school stuff, and she was working, and she would call Jake several times and say, I haven't had no sleep, or I need to get a shower, and I need to get ready,
Let me ask you this, how was Hannah within her own family? How was her relationship with her mother and her father? We know that from what Jonathan and Ryan have told me, they have a complicated history.
They do.
And it's kind of tragic in a way, some of the stuff that I was told.
Well,
So
the
what
tragic part, I don't know, as far as that goes. I know that Hannah and her mom, when I first met her, did not have a good relationship at
And
all.
why is that?
What I was told from Hannah herself was that when she was little, that her mom was always gone. She was always hanging out at a bar somewhere.
Out partying.
And Chris would have to leave the kids with whoever, Bobby Joe or whoever would watch
Okay.
them, and he'd have to go get her at the bars and all that. Now, that's what I was told by
Now,
her.
did you know Chris Senior's dad?
No.
No, you never met him?
I know the things that were said about him and stuff. What I've heard though is, it's all untrue. But I don't cry and
Right,
that stuff.
right.
I never say, and with Hannah, she loved her grandpa. You wouldn't say nothing. You
Right,
wouldn't say nothing to
right.
her bad about. I mean,
Right.
it's the way she was, with family. I don't care. She didn't
Was
like her mom.
Chris and her dad and Hannah and her dad Chris, were they fairly close?
Mhm.
They were?
Yeah, as far as I knew,
Now, what's your, I know you said that Chris and Billy, you didn't really get involved in their relationship or what they did.
right.
Did you know the other members of the family? Do you know Kenneth?
I know them, yeah.
So
I
you
met them. Okay, here's the thing. I know them, met them a couple times. Did I talk to them a lot? No.
Just see them around type of deal?
Yeah.
Or like at family functions?
Well, no, I didn't go to family hunch. I went to one 4th of July
Okay.
party and that was it for me.
Done?
I stayed a couple hours.
It's pretty
and that
wild. Was that when they
was it
raised something
for
down
me.
the street?
A little too wild for
It was
you?
way too wild for me. They,
Okay.
you know, and like Brentley, the one that I went to, Brentley was a baby. That's, you know, Frankie and Chelsea's little boy.
Okay.
And he was just a baby, and I mean, you know, they were shooting fireworks off around him and smoke, cigarette smoke, and, you know, all this stuff is around him. I mean, in his face, where he could breathe all this, and I'm not a party person anyway, you know, and I just, it was enough. I stayed a couple hours.
Speaking of that, did you know the reputation of he and his new boyfriend? Did you know what?
Which one?
Corey? Yeah, Corey. Did you know his reputation?
You know what? I did not know anything about Corey.
Corey's last
except-
name?
Holdren.
Holdren, yeah. So did you know what he was all into and what he,
I didn't know.
you didn't know any of that?
Not until Project told me what Charlie said. Other than that, no, I didn't know.
What was that? What was said? What did,
That he was, maybe it was the person who told me. Somebody told him that he was into drugs, but I didn't know it. The
you
only
didn't
thing
know it at all?
I didn't know that he was into drugs.
Yeah,
No,
you
I
didn't
did
know
not
that?
know that. No.
Because as close as you are to Sophie, I'm sure you wouldn't want Sophie around that type of
No, I don't.
environment.
And rightfully so.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're not knocking you for it.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't like, that's the reason why I never did, you know, not saying I never did party, I did drink a little bit, you know, when I was in the Air Force and stuff, but as far as teenage years, you know, no.
You were in the Air Force?
Yes,
For how long?
year and a half,
Okay, where were you?
Florida,
Okay, at
Homestead,
Homestead Air Force Base. Did you go to Lackland for boot?
in
Boot camp?
Texas.
Yeah, Lackland Air Force Base.
Yep.
Okay.
cool.
Yep, and I got out because my mom and dad got divorced and my dad's disabled and,
So you got out on a hardship.
yes,
What was your job in the Air Force?
supply.
Okay.
It was supposed to have been to work in the, mission department, and then, you know,
What year were you in?
88,
Okay.
89.
So you went in Reagan, right, when Reagan was still, Reagan was leaving and Bush?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you didn't really know Kenneth well, and,
No, I met Kenneth, I mean, I seen him at Chris's. Because, you know, I mean, when the kids were younger and stuff, I'd go over there, you know, and take Hannah home or pick Hannah up. Or when you take Sophie over, get Sophie or drop Sophie off or.
would you ever go to Dana's house?
Yeah, I've been to Dana's
The
house.
newer house?
No, never been to that one.
Never been
I
to
was
that
in the
one?
trailer that Frankie and Hannah Hazel lived in.
Right,
That
right.
one.
That's the one Dana moved out of when she moved to her new place.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, you've been in that trailer.
Mhm.
Were you ever in Chris's trailer
One time.
one time?
Mhm.
How long ago was that?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Let's see, wait a minute, 2 years. 4, maybe 4 years ago.
Okay. Did you know what Chris Senior and them and Gary and all them and Kenneth were into? Did you know what they were into?
I did not know about any of that. When I went there, he didn't even have the new garage when I went there. He just, you know, the new building that's at like.
Right,
Garden.
yeah.
He
I
didn't
think the
even have.
pictures you showed me, right?
It's a gray building or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, it looks like almost like a pole barn type, like a big, do they
It
keep
was
dogs in
built-
there or something?
I don't know what they keep in there. He was,
Okay.
when he started it, he was building a new garage,
Okay.
is what I was told. Because they do all those derby cars and everything, and he was building a new
Oh,
garage.
that'll make sense then.
Yeah, but when I was there, that wasn't there. And his house trailer, I went in, because Billy had to stop by. And he wanted to borrow my little white trailer to go get fireworks with. And he always borrowed my trailer to go get fireworks with. It's the one that, I don't know if you guys did it or who, but someone
No, it was.
confiscated my little white trailer. Well, anyway, Chris always borrowed it to do fireworks. He would go, you know, buy a whole bunch of fireworks.
That's a whole lot of fireworks they
Well,
have.
that's what he did. He would go buy them wholesale.
Okay.
And then he had them for his party, and then I took he took them to the lake for the big fireworks down there.
Oh, okay.
So he would get a whole trailer full of them.
Mhm.
Some of them, I think he would sell some to some people or something, I don't know, but they would set fireworks off like crazy out there at his party. So he would borrow my little trailer. He borrowed it, I don't know, 4 or 5 times maybe. But anyway, he stopped by because he wanted to know about the trailer. And,
Did you go inside or were you just
yeah,
outside?
yep, I did. And,
Who was all there
I
when
did
you
not
went
go
in?
back. Not because
You didn't like it?
I don't like sitting on a couch that has this much dog hair on it. No offense, his dogs, were great, you know, I mean, but no, I don't like sitting in dog hair.
I also do not like sitting in dog hair, so
My
it's no
husband
offense
does
to
not
me.
care about
No
that
dogs?
stuff.
I have 2 dogs.
You know, my husband, he don't care about that, but, me, no. I don't, like to, so I just did not go back.
Whereas dogs, at least, I mean, friendly, you don't have to worry about anything like that.
No, you have to, okay, let's put it this way. If he's there,
Mm.
you're okay.
Okay.
Now, Chance, his pit bull, big lovey dog, sweet as he can be.
Oh.
As long as you know
They're home.
they're home. Now,
Okay.
Jake's gotten bit several times by Chance. I mean, we're
Why is
lucky
that?
he didn't bite his butt off. I'm serious. Well, when him and Hannah was first together and everything, you know, one time he went there looking for Hannah and, you know, he didn't pay attention and he went up to knock on the door and Chance got him by the pants, but where Jake wears back his pants, he got the pants instead of his butt.
That's a good thing.
Jake ran
I
for
reward
his
that.
life and I mean, they were that way to him to the, I mean, even then, you know, he took the Chris's house, I mean, that's the way it was.
So you don't, so when this incident occurs, where last April, so what were your initial thoughts?
I was horrified.
Right, but
Hannah had just been to my house. Let's see, wait a minute. That was on, what day was the 22nd on?
it was a
Friday.
Friday.
Right, she was there on, I think Wednesday.
For
I'm
what?
pretty sure it was to bring Kylie down. For us, because the
Okay.
DNA tests and stuff had not been done yet.
Okay.
And she wanted us to meet Kylie. So she was at the house that evening and she brought Kylie down and we all held Kylie, you know, and
Mhm.
she was like this big.
Who was all there when she brought her down?
George, Jake, me, the 2 babies.
Okay, and was everything cool or?
Mhm. Yeah, she was making fun of Jake because he had tried to dye his hair a little darker brown and it turned out more black and she was making,
She went black?
she was making fun of him, you know, about his hair and stuff, but no, we were, I mean, everything was fine. She, you know, she wanted us to see Kylie and stuff, and then Kylie, she was so tiny. I mean, Sophie wasn't big, but she
Mhm.
was, so Kylie was tiny.
Okay. So she's not a preemie though, right?
No, she was just tiny, but like I said, Hannah was really sick.
So when this incident happened, how did you first find out about it?
The news.
Like in the morning or?
You know what, I don't, it was morning time, I know, because Billy was watching the news, and,
Were you guys together?
yeah,
Okay.
we've never been separated.
You've never lived in 2 different places?
Yeah, but not like a separation. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I mean, you know,
I understand what you're saying.
like when we go home, he'll probably go to his mom's, and he'll probably stay at his mom's, you know, up there, maybe a day, maybe 2 days, maybe he'll come stay with me a day.
Mhm.
Especially considering Dad's sick and everything.
Right,
Yeah.
it's not that, hey, we're separated, you know, he moved over there and I live over here, it's not that kind of.
So where, do you
situation.
remember where you were when you heard about the incident?
I was in the kitchen,
Of what residence?
oh, the Peterson Road
Okay,
farmhouse.
okay.
Yeah, and I was in the kitchen doing something and I came in and something popped up. I was not paying attention. I was doing something with the kids and he started freaking out. And then we watched it.
Like how was he, tell me how he was freaking out. I mean, I just,
You know,
I
oh
don't
my
know,
gosh,
I don't
he was
know
done-
Billy, so.
He was on the, well, I can't do his thing he makes, but, you know, it was the, oh my gosh.
Right, right.
And then Jake, so anyway,
Was Jake there at the house too?
you know what? He went somewhere that morning, I think. I can't even remember the whole thing now. I think he went somewhere. I can't remember. I was outside. I don't know. We were just all upset over it.
Mhm.
But, I know when he went down to the hospital that day, and he was all upset at me.
Hospital for,
When where they took the kids,
oh,
where April was.
okay.
I did want to make sure Kylie was okay. But it was devastating. I mean, my goodness.
Well, did
Because then we were
you,
trying
I mean,
to
did you
hide.
hear of when the news broke, and I don't ever remember watching the news, I know some of the other agents did, but when the news broke, did it give detail about who or what, or, I mean, that being kind of a tight-knit community, meaning,
I don't.
your phone had to be blowing up.
I don't remember. Well, see, here's the thing. Like I said, I knowed all those people up there. Okay? I knowed Hannah had a cousin here and a cousin there, and there's a cousin and a cousin and a cousin.
Right.
I know all that. Because everywhere you go with Hannah, that's, Walmart, 5 aisles, that's cousin of a cousin or a cousin, hi, how you doing? That's the way it was.
Third cousin twice removed.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of Rhodens down there.
And they still talk. I mean, and if they haven't talked to somebody, in 3 or 4 years, they still stop and talk to them, and who are you? Well, I'm such and such and such and such. And, oh, yeah, I know you, That's how they were. But I did not talk to them enough for them to just call me, you know what I'm saying, and say, hey, this.
Yeah, but I mean, you have a blood connection now.
They still don't do it.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about necessarily their relatives, but now the whole community knows something happened with the Rhoden family.
Right.
I mean, I guess my question to you is, were you getting details from
No.
anybody other than the news
No.
of what happened?
No, I wasn't. The only thing, like Jake, a couple people called him, and that I asked him what was going on, but no, I didn't get any details.
What was Jake's response
Jake was devastated.
when
He was crying, he was upset.
was he home? So was he home when he heard the news? Were you guys all together when you heard the news?
He was outside. I don't know what he was doing.
Oh, that's right. You said he went somewhere.
Yeah, he went to do something that morning, I think, and he come back, him and George, and he was outside. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember too much. I mean.
He and George both outside together, they weren't in the house with you and Billy when the news came on?
No, I was doing something with the kids, and then whenever I seen what was going on, of course, I took the kids out of the TV room.
Right, that makes sense.
And so that's where I always am with the kids. But,
I can relate.
But no, I mean,
Now, George had a lesser connection.
My son?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to the family. I mean, he didn't, so was he home with you when all this broke loose on the news?
Well, George didn't, him and Frankie, talked and stuff like that. He didn't have a big connection with them, no, it wasn't like a daily basis.
Right.
Anything like that.
It's not like he has any children in common with, anyone over there.
I know I asked earlier about Kenneth. Were you ever at Kenneth's house? You ever been there? Did you know where Kenneth was?
The only place I was, at the holler, that's what they call it, but the only place I was where the swimming pond is that Chris built. I think it's down by Brady's, maybe?
Brady Rhoden's house?
Yeah.
I think I did hear about they would go down there and swim in
Yes, they built
the
this
pond or
Chris built a
something.
big swimming pond in the, you go up in the woods, and he built a big swimming pond. I went down there one time.
I think I did hear about
To
that.
go swimming, this was before babies were born. We went down there one time. to
Okay.
go swimming. And the dog Brownie tried to eat us.
Is that Kenneth's dog then?
Brownie, yeah. She was tied to a chain, and oh my gosh, that dog, yeah.
Do you think, when did you hear that Chris and them and Kenneth were into some shady stuff? When did you
That
start?
wasn't until it came out on the news. I didn't know about that.
Did Billy know?
You know what, he says he did now, but at the time, he didn't tell me. That's why I said I didn't, because I
Is
didn't
that why you
ask-
said you weren't really knowledgeable about their relationship?
Yeah, because, he would come home and say, let's see, Chris is upset because, little Chris, he's doing this, or he got his driver's license and he's getting back, and Chris had to take the car away. He'd say stuff like that, or I saw Hannah up there today, and, Brat's, I'm like, well, how's she doing? Well, Brat's doing, that's what we would talk about. But as far as going into detail,
I think he was trying to maybe keep you sheltered to that so you didn't know about those sort of things.
could be, I don't know, we kind of, in the beginning, when we were first together, we told each other everything. Then when our kids were born, we still talked about stuff and things, but then I became more involved with the kids, and taking care of the kids, and then, I don't know, then when he started driving truck, we more distant, you know.
Yeah, because he's away a lot.
Well, yeah, and he talks to people that, you know, I don't know, and so he's kind of got a life out there, and I got a life at home, and.
Before you know it, you have basically two separate lives.
Right, and it's, you know, we talk more about bills and that type of thing.
So what was your reaction to Billy when you found out that, you know, he wasn't completely forthcoming about what the, I mean, now your son's with a girl, okay, that's, you know, the daughter of these Rhoden family members.
Right.
Okay, you now have a granddaughter, which you seem to be, you know, totally enamored with, which makes sense, you know, that you love dearly, that's associated with this lifestyle over here. So, I mean, what was your reaction to Billy when you watch at
Well,
home, when you
here's the
hear
thing.
about these marijuana grows?
Well, here's the thing. Do I think that they should have done that? No. But, you know, they were, as far as what I could tell, they didn't make it like public to where if this hadn't
It
happened,
wasn't flaunted.
if this hadn't happened,
You'd never
nobody probably would have never known.
They kept the kids separated from that life.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She would have never known. At this point now, I'm not mad at my husband for not telling me what was going on.
Why would he, do you think he had some involvement with it, or he just had knowledge?
No, but I do know that he probably didn't give him his opinion. This is his best friend, you know.
Like say,
He probably
you
sat
know
and
what?
listened. He probably didn't, I know he wouldn't have helped or anything like that, you know. I mean, that's not, but he wouldn't have done anything. You understand what I'm saying?
He would have participated in that.
No, but he also wouldn't have run down the street and said, hey, I know such and such has, you know, that he wouldn't have done that. But as far as now, like with Sophie, no, I don't want Sophie growing up. That's another reason we sold the farm. I mean, we intended on living there forever, but we sold the farm, we moved. Whether we moved to Alaska or we moved 3 or 4 counties over, is because I don't want Sophie growing up in an area where people are going to say, when she gets old enough to understand, your parents were killed, they were those, they were this, they were that, you know, because she has good memories. I don't want that spoiled. It's gonna be bad enough when she becomes a teenager, and you know, Facebook.
And starts asking questions.
Yeah, it
more
doesn't
and more.
matter where you live.
And start, you know, and starts looking stuff up, and, you know, I don't, and unfortunately, I got nothing against her. April and them out there don't know not to just blurt out, your mother was killed. And taking her to parties and stuff like that is a chore, because you have to watch and remind them, hey, don't say, you know, this happened, because we're scared to death one of them is gonna scream it. And then she's gonna ask questions. I mean, it's.
Things you shouldn't have to worry about
you
people
know,
saying.
The thing is, even like on our farm, I had to really watch there for a while, you know, if the duck died. I couldn't say, well, you know, that duck got killed or that duck died, now it's in heaven, because we tell her mom's in heaven visiting, and, you know, she's in her heart, and, you know, when she gets older, we'll explain, because I'm afraid she'll put that together. She's very smart.
So Angela, I want to get back to the day of the incident when you're home,
Okay.
and it's on the news, and that's where you're getting your details from. Do you get more details as the day emerges, as the day proceeds, or do more details emerge?
We got more on the news, and then, of course, you know, like I said, Jake went up to the hospital, and we wasn't,
Who did he
at
meet
first
up
we
there?
wasn't sure whether or not, you know, it was some or all or what had happened, you know. But Jake went up, and he went to check on Kylie, but they wouldn't let him in. And so he talked to Aunt April for a little bit, and then he came back. And then he talked to Chelsea that day, and he talked to Andrew Carson.
Did you go to the hospital?
No,
Okay, did you go
I
out?
stayed there with Sophie.
Did you go to the scene at all, or did Billy go to the scene?
I did not go.
Did Billy or Jay eventually go to the scene?
I know George didn't go. And I don't think Billy went. I don't think he did. I know they went to the funeral, and I stayed home with the kids, because we didn't want to take them.
Who ended up going to the funeral from your family? Okay, Billy, George, and Jake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So what was the word? What was the, what, I mean, for something like that to happen in such a small community, what was the word? What were
You know
people
what,
saying?
the only thing that we heard at first was that there was some black people up there and they had gotten into a fight. And that's the first thing that we had.
I remember hearing something about that.
So-
Did you hear about that fight before this all happened? Like that Chris Jr. got into it with some black guys? Did you hear about that before this happened?
That was afterwards.
It was afterward?
And, but other than that, you know, here's the thing, I don't talk to a lot of people. I am preoccupied with the kids and I don't get out and talk to a lot of people. I have friends, but not the kind that, you know, I go do stuff with every day or chit chat with every day. It's just,
Pretty much your life's just
I
consumed
just
with
don't
the
do
kids.
that. Yeah, that's what I do. I did that with my kids and, you know, of course with my kids, I lived a mile off the road, so, and I had my dog kennel and, you know,
Mhm.
business was always busy.
Right.
But, you know, so I really didn't know too much. I mean, I just what, you know, you hear on the news or what you hear on Facebook or stupid stuff you hear on topics. They have the most dumbest things on there I've ever seen.
I've just recently heard about topics. I had never heard about that before.
Oh, no.
So I went online to check it out and I thought, this is
ridiculous.
crazy.
And
It's crazy.
Some of the groups that they have, you know, on there, like they have me as, I sold a fighter jet. And, I flew me and Billy to South America and we had plastic surgery.
So you're a fighter pilot. That's pretty cool.
You know, you know, and because of the fact, you know, that when you go through Canada, we don't have internet service. So when we went up, it took us like 3 days because we didn't have hotel there. So
Okay.
for 3 days, we didn't post anything on Facebook. So apparently, you know, I skipped and I mean, that's the crazy stuff, you know.
Well, you know what people do. People are always looking for a story or something to
Yeah.
think.
What were they saying though? That you left town or
Oh, yeah,
South
because, you know,
America?
because we saw, because the
For what reason
newspaper,
would they say?
somehow the newspaper got it, you know, that we sold the farm for $165, and we gave $175 for it. Well, that's wrong, we sold it for $200.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, they're always wrong, so.
yeah, and, you know, and then, so that's wrong, we sold it for $200,000, you know, and then, they had it that, we had a chop shop in the barn, and that my trailer was a pickup truck that was, stolen, was used in, was sitting at Chris's or something like that. And, you know, and for the longest time, you know, after a couple of days, I kept thinking, what truck did they get out of the barn? We didn't even own the property. I mean, when they went down there and when you guys searched, it wasn't ours. It belonged to the new owners. So, you know, I'm thinking.
Are you talking about the trailers that they searched, like recent?
The farm.
The actual farm itself.
Yeah.
Okay,
It wasn't
okay.
ours. When,
You had already sold it.
not you guys, but when the other.
No, I know,
went
we got
down
it,
there
we got
and
it,
searched
we got it.
Yeah, it wasn't ours. It was already
Yeah.
in Dwayne's name. But, and I kept thinking, what truck did they get out of that barn? I mean, there was nothing there except a little bit of stuff we left, you know, and I kept thinking, and then when I had my brother go out and get the list of everything that was taken at Bernie Brown's, and then Bernie had said,
Who's Bernie Brown?
the unlimited motors on State Route 41.
Okay.
His son owns that, but Bernie lives there. He's a good friend of ours. We haul cattle with Bernie.
Okay.
Actually, Bernie helped us get into the cattle hauling. He's a great guy. But anyway, he had told me they came about the trailer.
Right.
Then I talked to Ryan about it because it wasn't on the
Yeah, what
list.
did Ryan say about it?
Ryan said that they were checking like
Oh, okay.
if it was stolen, because I ripped his butt because I have the title, I just bought new tags for it. I've had that trailer for over 10
Why do you think
years.
they were searching the farm?
I have no idea. I have no idea. You tell me. You guys are BCI,
Well,
because here's the
I'm
thing.
just asking your
Here's
opinion.
the thing. They come down, okay? And they come down one day. This is probably 2 or 3 weeks. Let's see, if you take vacation, probably a month ago. They come down, they talk to Jake.
Okay.
And it's like at nap time, okay? And they show up, they didn't, you know, well, first, they said they wanted him to meet at the gas station. He couldn't because it was in Sophie's nap time. So they came down. Of course, Sophie, she had Sophie time. And she, you know, probably made it hard on him, screaming for her daddy. But anyway, they talked to him forever and stuff, you know, and they said they wanted his phone. Well,
Okay.
it's not that Jake didn't want to just hand his phone over, but Jake and George use their phones for their business. you know, they work on people's cars or they.
So they didn't want to just hand them over?
Right, because, you know, Jake said, hey, if you get to that point that you'd say, I gotta have your phone, you know, no exceptions, I have to have it, I'll give it to you, but for right now, I have to have it, which makes, I mean, Jake
Okay.
uses it.
You're using it for your business, I can understand that situation.
Usually, you
They were
know,
fine
they've
with
got a
it.
lot of phones though.
Well, they were fine with that, and, so then, you know, me and Jake was loading a trailer one day, putting the last little bit of stuff in the horse trailer, and, Ryan came down, I can't think, not Jonathan, and the another guy came with me, and he came down, and we were loading, you know, and he's asking me all these weird, like.
What do you look like? Was the other
You know,
gentleman?
about the same height as Ryan, a little bit bigger,
Okay.
and had I forget what his name is, Jeffrey
Okay.
maybe, or
That's
something
fine.
like
It
that.
doesn't
But
matter.
anyway, and it was asking, you know, where we hauled cattle and just stuff like that.
So why do you think they want the phones? And I'm asking your opinion.
Oh, I don't know. Well, because they said, the cyber guy that came and got the phone with the search.
You know that
warrant.
word, huh?
Mhm.
That's what we call ours.
That's what
Computer
that's what
guy.
he said he was.
That's what he referred to himself as cyber.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
You're right.
But, and I was taking care of Bullvine during his nap time, and Sophie ran in the house, Ebony, there was a guy out here taking my daddy's phone, come and get him. You know, that's what happened, and she's still distraught over that phone being taken that day. So, you know, I went out there, and yeah, I wanted to know why they were back, and, you know, so he told me, so that's how I knew. But anyway,
Okay. So again, why do you think they searched the farm?
well, I don't know. According to Jonathan and Ryan, they wanted the phones because they thought there was something on the phones that would give them information.
Okay.
And he said, you may not see it the way we will see it, so we
Mhm.
want to look at your phone. So, you know,
Makes sense.
so
Yeah.
anyway, Jake gave him the phone, and of course, he had to go buy a new one because they said, email him all his passwords, but his email went to his phone. So he went and got a new one. But anyway, we gave him everything. Okay, this is the part I'm upset about.
Sure.
We gave them everything they needed. When we were packing that day, they watched us pack. They knew where the trailers were. I didn't have to tell them I took my trailers to Bernie Brown's. Trailers up to Bernie Brown's, we told them exactly what day we were leaving, when we planned on being back, the whole 9 yards, everything. New cell phone numbers, everything. I even called them all the way along this trip to tell them where I was.
Jonathan and Ryan.
Yes. And then, you know, we get halfway up the road and they're down there searching the farm, and then, I'm sorry, what they did to our stuff and our trailers is ridiculous.
What did they do?
Well, let's just put it this way, when I get home, I'm probably gonna have to pitch half of it in the trash.
Okay, did
That's
somebody
what
go look at it, or?
Well, I have pictures of it, and yes, I sent my brother over there
Okay.
to see what they did. And the biggest thing is, in those trailers was everything we had left that we owned.
Mm-hmm.
75% of it was Bullvine and Sophie's.
Okay.
Their stuff is her car seat that was sitting in, it's a little Princess Cinderella car seat that was in Jake's truck, strapped in for her. And her diaper bag is now laying on the top of a pile of stuff in the bed of my son's truck with a diaper bag with her clothes strewn all over the yard. That's ridiculous, okay?
Well, and I don't want to defend.
But the thing is, they could have asked. All they had to done was say, hey, they were there when we were loading.
Okay.
Hey, we want to search. Or, hey, you're moving. The 10th is your last day here. We want to search. I'd open the door. Here you go. It's easy to search now in the house because there's nothing in here.
Mhm.
Right.
You know, search. I got nothing to hide. You want to see the trailers? Here's the thing. I said you can search them. You can go through every tub. I'll sit it out for you. They could have stood right there and watched
Right.
me. I'll sit it out. You search it. I'll put it back in. I'll take my vacation afterwards. I wasn't trying to hide anything. I told them when I was going,
Mm-hmm.
where I was going.
Right.
I called them when I got in Canada and told them what hotel I was in. And then, you know, and then all these.
There's a lot of
people-
stuff in those trailers, I mean, from what we were
And so
told.
happened.
Were you at the trail? You weren't at the trailers, I wasn't at the trail.
Yep.
But there was a lot of stuff in those trailers that you've kept over the years, isn't that safe to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I sold half of it.
Okay. You sold half it before you left? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of stuff, you know.
Billy and Jake, and I don't know about George, but it seems like Billy and Jake are definitely into guns, right?
They all are.
Yeah, I mean, you live out in the country.
And they hunt.
And they hunt, but they like guns, right?
Not like they're obsessed with them, no.
Not,
They-
I'm not putting words in your mouth. Not putting words in your mouth. Do you,
So,
do you,
yeah, they
do
like-
you like to shoot?
I do, but no, I don't do it on a regular basis.
Right, most,
I have a bow, I have 2 guns.
right. What kind of gun do you like to shoot? Just a long gun? Do you like handguns? Do you like both? Do you
I
like,
don't.
you don't?
I have one just for protection.
What do you have?
What's
What do you-
the 22?
22s,
Mhm.
okay. Do you also, Angela, do you like, when you being mom and grandma, do you shop a lot for the boys and Billy and pick up stuff for
I get the
them?
biggest part of it, yeah.
Okay, so like what type of stuff would you buy for them? Do you ever do clothing or you just do like,
Everything.
no matter what it might
Meaning, like,
be?
does Jake like to do certain things for like Sophie and would rather do it himself versus you going and shopping for it and things like that?
Not particularly. It really doesn't matter. He likes to buy stuff for her, but if I'm in town and I say, I see this with that, he doesn't throw a fit whether I get it.
What, like, you know, my wife will like see something for me, you know, like if
I
I
do
need
that.
something like socks, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she'll buy socks, like, they're, you know, on sale.
They're on sale.
She'll grab them and says, you know, because she knows better than I do, because I could care less about going to the store. Where do you typically like to shop in that area? Like, where do you typically like to go?
Well, here's the thing. We do shop at Bass Pro,
No, I love Bass Pro.
and we go there for the babies love it. So we get the babies there. But Bass Pro is it, but we don't buy a whole lot there.
It's
The
expensive.
90% of my stuff I end up getting probably at Walmart, or sometimes I order stuff like, you know, little things for the kids or something, I'll get off of goodwill.com, as long as it comes out of California or someplace like that, because you can get stuff that's, you know, like Nike tennis shoes are $10 for the kids, and
Oh.
they don't wear them out, so it's no big deal, you know.
Nike tennis shoes for
I
$10.
didn't know you could do that.
But it's good.
Where?
It's shopgoodwill.com.
Oh.
Well, I got a new website to check out. I do
You
love
gotta be picky, I mean, you have to make sure it comes from a bigger.
Buying shoes for kids, man, they go through them like,
so
They
fast.
do.
like so
They do.
fast, and they're expensive.
We spend a small, I only have 1 child, so I've
Well,
obviously spoiled him, so
yeah.
we're constantly spending money on shoes and things.
So you go to Bass Pro, you go to Walmart, which Walmart's, you know, probably half of America shops there, if not more.
One-stop shop kind of place.
Yes,
So,
unfortunately.
so you pick up stuff for them. Do they ask you, you just do it kind of on the auto?
It depends, you know, sometimes the boys go do all the shopping, and I'll give them a list. Or sometimes, I don't go anywhere, basically by myself.
Mhm.
Sometimes, I mean, I've shopped a couple times with just me and the kids, but sometimes I'll
Who
give
do you
them
go
a
with?
list. Well, usually George and Jake,
Oh, okay.
or one of them.
They don't mind shopping?
They don't like it, but.
Do they just drop you off and you go in?
No,
or
no, 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 no,
you-
they'll go.
They all go in with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Wagner and Sophie have been through so much. Some days they have really good days.
I know exactly what you feel about bringing kids into shopping.
Or
So-
sometimes they want everything on the shelf, you know, and then they, you know.
Takes you 3 hours longer than what it needs to
Yes.
because they won't let up on it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your Honor, we've paused it. I think it would be maybe appropriate to take a break. We've got, it looks like a little less than half left, and it's been about a little over an hour and a half.
All right. That would be consistent with what we're trying to do as far as taking a break about every 2 hours. So we will take a break until 5 after 11. While you're on break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do no research at all concerning this case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, and have no contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything at this time before we break?
No, thank you.
Just for the record, we're at 1:16:29
On the tape.
on it.
All right, so we are in break until till 5 after 11, assemble at the jury room at that time. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Special Agent Thomasford is in the witness chair, and the state may resume playing the recording at the point at which we stop before the break.
Do you need a rest or break? Do you need anything? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I mean, Angela, why is it that you think that we're here talking to you today?
Well, I presume it's because of, I don't know, the things that's going around, stuff that's being said.
Do you have any reason, let me ask you this, do you guys have any problems with anybody in the community? Anyone that you've had altercations with, arguments with, anyone that would have anything bad to say about you?
No.
No. Okay. Have any reason why you would think that somebody would come forward and indicate that you or someone in your family was some way involved in hurting the Rhodens?
I have no idea why anybody would say that, unless maybe one person would be my son's ex-wife,
Who's that?
Tabby Clayton.
Tabby Clater?
Do you have a relationship with her?
Well, you know, she is Bullhine's biological mother,
I know.
and she's Tabby. Let's just put it that
She's a
way.
little wild.
She's not wild, she has issues. She's supposed to be on medication,
Okay.
and she's not. She's bipolar, and you know, Tabby is just Tabby. That's why they're not together.
But like Jenny asked, why would people point at people in your family as being involved in this? That's what we want to know.
I mean, this
That's
is
why-
serious.
that's-
Well, I know it's serious, I know
We're
it
just,
is. Not
Angela,
just-
we're just trying to do our job.
I understand that.
And you've been great, don't get me wrong, you've been great. I mean, but we want to know why.
Look, I don't know. I mean, if you know, if you tell me who it is, I can tell you, but as far as altercations, no, no. Like I said, the only one that does not like me is Tabby. She doesn't like me. Now, she does when she's in my face, but when she's behind my back, no, she doesn't like me.
Okay, so she's nice to you at least when you're together in person?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, which is weird, but you know, she just doesn't, and it's probably her mom. I don't, never did get into it that much, but, and as far as Jacob, Leonard Manley does not like him.
And that's Dana's dad, right?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Is he the old guy that
Yep.
bumps off a lot?
On the news a lot?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, he's never liked Jacob.
What was the, not just this came, you just jogged something in my memory here. What was the custody, or not, what were the custody agreements with Sophie at the time of him?
Here's the way it went. If you want to know, Jake had a lawyer, okay,
Okay.
Bruce Daly.
What is it?
Bruce
Daly?
My mouth is right, it's Bruce, B-R-U-C-E, Daly.
Okay.
That was Jake's attorney.
Okay.
He talked to Hannah a couple times.
Okay.
So if you want to know the full details of that, I can give you that.
Okay.
But here's the thing, the way they worked it out was, like I said, she had her for a week, and Jake had her for a week, right?
Right.
As far as schools, churches, that kind of thing, Jake and Hannah really didn't see eye to eye on that.
Right,
okay?
which, that's not uncommon.
But the whole family kind of worked out a thing, as far as daycare, okay? Daycare, we don't believe in daycare.
Okay.
I never did let anyone babysit my kids. I just didn't have a need for it. But, as far as
Daycare can be
daycare,
dangerous.
well, you know, I homeschooled my kids
Right.
too, so I didn't like Pike County schools.
Okay. Fair enough.
Daycare, though, we worked that thing out. You know, there was a whole family issue that was worked out, and it was that, you know, when Jake had her, if he needed a babysitter, the first person called was Hannah.
Okay.
Then after Hannah would have been me or Billy or George, my son George.
Okay, I get that. You kind of touched on that earlier about
Right.
this is who gets it, and that's all.
At the time of the incident, it was still sitting in that same position. They had done paperwork,
What was the paperwork gonna say?
the same thing.
Okay, so there was gonna be a written agreement to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And did the lawyer do that for him at any point? Did the lawyer draft something up?
He did do that for them. He wrote it all out. He wrote it all out once, then Hannah came in, and she talked to him with it and stuff, and then he rewrote it again, but, you know, because Hannah had wanted to change a couple of things.
Okay.
He rewrote it again, and then Chris had told her that he wanted her to get it checked, because, here's the thing, Bruce Daly was Jake's attorney, okay?
Okay.
Jake had paid him to do all of this stuff, so he said, I can't be your attorney and her attorney.
It's a conflict,
Yeah.
right?
So Chris said, okay, we'll get you an attorney
Oh,
to look over the paperwork.
Right.
I mean,
Did that ever happen?
well, here's the thing, she had an appointment to take it and have it looked over, and then something came up, and she rescheduled it. Then something came up again, and then something come up again, and then she was supposed to go do it, and it's still, that's the way it remained.
Now, was there any type of living will or anything, like if something were to happen, this is where, you know, Sophie would go, or,
I have no idea on that.
you have no idea? Do you have that?
As far as that goes, I have no idea.
Something I want to show you, and I want to just see if you can help me out.
But like where Leonard is saying that
No, John,
there's a battle, you know, there
like a
was.
custody battle?
Yeah, there never was.
Okay.
They never went to court ever. The attorney is as far as it ever gotten. It was just basically writing up what was already in effect.
Does this look familiar to you, Angela?
Mhm.
Is that what you're talking about, that the lawyer drafted up for you guys?
Is that what, the printed
No,
it
this
on
is-
the one?
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured you guys could take these papers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, so this right here, does this look familiar to you?
Those are, well, they must have done them. I don't know when they were done. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember those.
You don't remember that?
No.
What year was Sophie born?
13,
13? What's her birthday?
November 18th.
Okay. So this is Christmas Eve of 2014.
So if it had been just a little over a year old.
This is what we're curious about though, and then it was, do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's my mom.
That's your mom? So your mom notarized this,
Right.
but you didn't know about it?
I don't remember it.
Okay.
I mean, if it was, I don't
Now,
know.
this was in your things, okay? And this is the date it was printed out. Do you remember
Was it
printing it out?
was it in with these?
You know, I wasn't there.
Oh, well,
We don't know, you're just
I
scanning the
wasn't there,
papers.
Andrew.
I don't know.
But this is the date it was printed out off the computer.
I don't know. You know what? I might have printed it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't remember on that.
And that would have been roughly 3 weeks before
This is 3 weeks
they were
before the
killed.
murder.
I do
You don't-
not remember that.
You don't remember printing that?
I mean, I don't remember. If I did, I don't. I might have done it. I don't remember.
Mhm.
Do you don't remember any reason why you would have done that?
I do not know.
You don't know, could it have, I mean, could somebody, did you definitely print? If this was printed, would it have been you? That's a fair question. I'm saying, if-
Probably, but I don't. I probably would. I don't remember it.
could you think maybe a reason why you would do it?
No, I don't. I mean, I just don't remember.
Right.
Okay.
But I know this. I mean, this is what they were going to use.
Mm-hmm. Who typed this, do you know? Do you know who typed these forms? It looks like an old, it almost looks like the old Word, you know, Word 98. Remember that?
Yeah. A while ago, yeah.
No, these are what they were, okay, these are what they had talked about.
But do you know who drafted this form?
I typed this. But this is
Do you
not,
know when that would have been drafted, roughly?
you know what, I do not know.
You don't know when it would have been
No,
drafted?
I can't
Okay,
tell you
that's
the
fair.
exact time, but I know that,
And this is what you talked
This
about,
is what they
right?
had- yes,
The
this is-
50/50.
this is what they had talked about, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that this is what they were going to take to the attorney.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they were
Maybe
going to take
that's
that
what they
time.
already, I can't remember. I know that's what they were talking about, and that's what they were gonna take.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't, I don't remember, I can't remember when.
But your mom notarized the form that Hannah signed for,
Your mom's Rita.
in the event of her death, that custody goes to Jake, right?
Yeah, I would guess so.
Did you know that ahead of time, that in event of, like a living will? I mean, we got living wills.
I know
Something happens
that.
to me, go to, you know,
Right.
I mean, it's
right.
not like, I'm not accusing you of anything.
Oh, I know.
We're just trying to
that.
narrow down this custody issue.
I know that, but I do know, I don't know that there was, I mean, that right there, if I printed it off, I don't remember that.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay,
That
that's
I really
fair.
don't know.
Okay.
The thing, this is.
I know that they did not ever have a battle as far as,
Okay. This is the thing,
Fighting
though,
over
Angela, this is the thing that we're just trying to iron out here, okay? The custody issue, we're trying to iron out and move on, okay? We got a notarized document in the event of, and this is, you know, investigations 101, you know what I mean? You have, in the event of the death of, that would be like, for example, Angela, if you and I are married, okay? And I end up mysteriously poisoned or dead or mysteriously die, or by circumstances. And they find or if Jenny and I were married and I die of suspicion, and Jenny prints out a 2 to 3 days before my unsuspected death, she prints out all the documents related to my the
Life
payoff,
insurance
my
policy.
life insurance policy.
Right.
You see where I'm going with this? So this ain't, there's not money involved, there's custody involved, okay? And we're just trying to iron this out so we can move on, okay? So that's where.
So we can explain. Because we can explain this away.
My boss comes to me and hands me a packet and says, hey, we need to we need to vet this issue. Either it's no good, or it's good, or whatever, and we need to move on. Because it's been a year now, you know, and we want to do our job, we want to do our job diligently, you know, and you've been great. I'm not gonna take that away from you. You've been sitting here, you've been answering our questions, and I
Thank you.
greatly appreciate it because you're making our life easier when you do that, okay? But we're just trying to figure out, this is really interesting to me, that this was printed out 3 weeks before the murder, less than 3 weeks. That it's Hannah's given up, you know, custody, which would only make sense. I'm not
Naturally, we'd assume it would go to Jake.
This is a very
obviously.
natural document, okay? And it was right after she was born. You know, I mean, not right after, but.
Within a year roughly,
Yeah.
give or take.
And then, you know, you have it printed out three weeks before the murder. And that's something we just wanna, and you said you don't remember printing it out. That's fine.
Like I said, if I did,
It's a year ago.
if I did, I don't,
You don't know why you would've?
no.
Okay,
I don't, I mean, I don't remember.
okay. Angela, I wanna ask you about Billy and Jake and George. I mean, tell me what do you feel that Jake would go beyond anything unusual because he's so heartbroken over this issue?
No.
And
It's
that,
not that,
this is,
I'm sorry, we just have to ask you these
yeah,
questions.
these
We
are
have
awkward
to.
for us too, don't get me wrong. When you have to, families are very intimate, okay? They're very intimate and they're very personal. Okay, and you have two people sitting here with you in a room that you've never met before, and we're asking you to open up about things to people you don't even know. I'm trying to lessen that awkwardness and that uncomfortableness. Families are very tight-knit, they're very intimate, and they're very close.
yes.
Okay, and we're trying to figure out, okay, and there's some other things I'm gonna show you here in a little bit too, that I want to see if you have, you know, your ideas on it.
Okay.
So my question is, could something have gone totally awry that you may have no knowledge of? Could something have happened between Hannah and Jake that could have
Not that I'm
gone?
aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't there 24/7
I
in
understand
their
that.
conversations, but Jake was not, as I'm saying, even though Jake still loves her, he probably still loves her because of Sophie. And they went through a whole lot together, but not to the point of that.
Okay. Not to the point of murder.
No.
Because let me tell you something that I think.
And he had nothing against Dana, or little Chris, or Frankie,
Right.
or Chris.
This is my feeling, not about your sons, but about the Rhodens. Okay? They have a complicated history. And when I say tragedy, I mean there's been some sexual charges years ago by the grandfather, you know, and there's a daughter that doesn't even come back anymore, not Chris Jr., but Chris's sister.
Yeah, I know he
You
has
know,
a sister that.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. And we talked to her, and she laid, and I believe her 110%. You know, and they all got dragged in, you know, and that divides, something like that takes a family and does this. And it did to their family.
Right.
Okay? Now, the Rhodens basically were in all kinds of shit. I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. They were growing marijuana, okay? They were selling marijuana. They were selling cocaine, okay? Hannah was kind of promiscuous. You know, you can claim she's a teenager and sowing her oats, but she's promiscuous. She gets pregnant again, and then she's got another boyfriend aside from her new baby.
And we're not even sure who the
You know what
dad
I
is
mean?
initially.
And so,
Well, yeah.
listen, a culmination of these things, right? And then you have grandchildren, right, that are particularly Sophie, they're like a pawn in this crap. You know what I mean? How many times you see custody issues where kids are used as pawns?
Oh,
Right?
sure.
So I'm trying to wrap my brain around some things. That's one of them that those guys found in that search warrant. And let me back up. I'm not condoning anything that was messed or broken because that's water under the bridge. I apologize for my colleagues if anything like that, because nobody deserves to have their property disrespected.
Well, that's fine.
Okay. So, again, I'm asking you I'm kind of beating around the bush with you, but I think you know where I'm going, okay? So, I'm asking you,
Do you think that my son did it?
or
Or my husband?
anybody in your family.
No.
I'm asking you, okay, can you tell me definitively no?
Yes, I can tell you definitively no.
Tell me why.
Flat out no.
Tell me why.
Because one, my son wouldn't do that. Like I
Okay.
said, he had nothing against, he had nothing against him. And even though him and Hannah broke up, it wasn't enough for that. And it surely wasn't enough for the rest of them. Him and Frankie talked, they chit-chatted, oh my gosh, they talked about deer hunting and, you know, when they seen each other at the gas station, they would talk. I mean, it wasn't that kind of a,
All right, it wasn't a.
breakup,
It wasn't
talking to the whole family.
It wasn't a domestic,
No,
beat each
it
other up.
wasn't, no,
Right.
it wasn't. And as far as my husband goes, you can't even say a bad word about Chris
All right. In front of him, he would defend
at
him.
all. No, you couldn't.
Okay.
His dog he has came from Chris, and if you even say a bad word about that dog, you live in hell for weeks.
Okay.
I mean, that's ignition of it, so no.
That's fair, and you're telling me how you feel. What about, let me ask you this, going back to, the guys that did the search warrants at your, the Flying W at the, is it Peterson address, right?
The house.
Yeah, the house.
Your old house.
Right, well, I know where the Flying W is, I've seen it, you know, actually, I had an officer involved shooting, in Pike County long before all this stuff
Okay.
happened.
Okay.
And I remember actually, because I love horses, and I remember driving by that one day,
Okay.
you know. But I'm asking you, the guys talked about, and the people that were on the search warrant talked about all the boots that Billy owns and stuff that was left there at the Flying W. I mean, they were all like, a lot of like nice stuff, you know.
Okay.
So when you shopped, would you buy their paint?
No, I don't,
Sure.
no.
Okay.
You want to see receipts for that stuff?
No, I'm not saying anything stolen.
No, nothing like that.
No, I'm saying, you want to know?
No, I'm asking you, would you buy like their clothes on their back?
No, I don't buy my husband's, no.
How about Jake or Jordan's? I'm not talking when they were 10 and 12.
Okay, if I'm at Walmart and I see Jake wears a particular pair of pants,
Okay.
if I see some, I'll buy them for him. The last bunch he got, his grandmother bought for him.
And how long ago was that?
Well, let's see, it was, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, because she gave me money to go to Walmart to buy the kids a bunch of stuff, and I spent like $500 there buying stuff like socks and stuff was $1 a pack, you know, because they have winter clearance. And then at the same time, she felt bad because, you know, she's got this thing where if she buys for one, she has to buy for everybody. So it's that way. So she bought my husband a whole bunch of stuff, and then she ordered George a bunch of pairs of jeans. And then
But when so I'm talking about what you do though. So when you'll buy stuff for them.
Yes.
Will you buy shirts and pants and you know their sizes, right? And
Yeah.
stuff like that. Would you buy socks, shoes, and all that stuff?
No, I don't buy shoes.
Never buy shoes?
No.
Okay.
Because,
Sneakers?
no.
Okay.
Because I don't buy shoes for them because of the fact that they're,
Particular.
I know what size they wear, but sometimes things fit differently.
Okay. So you'll buy underwear, socks,
Yes.
but you won't buy the stuff they're particular about,
No.
right? Like, I don't like, my wife buying certain things for me, but if she wants to buy socks, I really don't care. But I'm gonna ask you, this is another thing I wanna discuss with you, and I want your candid response and your opinion on it, okay? Another issue we have, I want the print, not that, no.
Sorry, there's lots of stuff in here.
I know there's.
I don't know how this stuff is.
That's fine, yeah. See these right here? Now, these right here are a crime scene. I don't want to show you, these aren't too bad, but I'm not going to show you some pictures. But these are foot impressions made in blood, okay, by the killers. We know they're not the police, we know they're not the fire department of the medics, and we know that they're not Chris or any of those, okay? And that's, so what we have at the crime lab, being that we're the state of Ohio, and I think we have the best crime lab in the country, is they have a database like we do fingerprints, okay? And what we can do is we can take any shoe tread in the world, manufacturer, and identify the manufacturer and the size, okay? So, like 3 weeks before the murder,
I'll just give you everything so you get
yeah,
it.
sure. I hate asking you something like that.
No, that's all right. I just haven't really had a chance to look through all these yet.
Do those ring a bell to you?
I don't know.
You don't ever remember buying those for any reason? Or remember seeing those? Does it look familiar to you in any way?
I know,
No?
I mean, I've seen Billy's dad have some of those.
Really?
Yeah. They kind of look like old man type
I think
shoes.
they look like, you know, they almost remind me of those shoes that you wear like as a boot to a, okay. Now, during our search, when I say our, I represent BCI, okay, we have a receipt for those shoes purchased by you.
Okay, well, I did purchase them.
Mhm. Is that your excursion?
Yep.
The one you used to own? Okay. Okay, those are purchased
7th of April.
7th of April, which
2016.
is, you know, maybe a little, right around 2 weeks before the murders. Do you know who those shoes were for, Angela? You bought 2 pairs of them.
I don't know. Are you telling me those are the shoes that was used in the murder?
Yep.
I don't.
Somebody wearing those shoes stepped in the blood of either Chris or Gary or whomever and left the shoe impression, the tread impression. We matched it with our lab database. So we know it came from those particular shoes that you bought less than 2.5 weeks prior to the murders.
I do not think that they could be those.
They are.
They're
Our lab
the
matched
shoes.
them.
They're an identical match.
Identical size to what the shoe tread was at the crime scene to the size shoe that you bought at Walmart.
We're just trying to figure it out.
Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. I mean, I got them, but I don't, they are an old man's shoe, so they wouldn't wear them. But they wouldn't have used them on those because I threw them away.
But what away?
So you remember buying them?
Yeah, I mean, I do, but because I remember they wanted some shoes,
You threw them away?
but they're, you know, an old man's shoe, and they wouldn't wear them, but I don't know how they could be the exact ones.
Why would you buy them if you don't think they would wear them?
No, I said they wouldn't afterwards.
Okay.
After what?
They saw them.
after they saw them?
You know, old man
So
shoes.
they look at them and say, you know, wait.
Papa wears those.
So you do remember buying them and you do remember throwing them away?
Yeah,
So when did you throw them away, like the day you brought them home?
well, let's see, I don't know the exact day that I threw them away. And that I don't know.
Okay.
Angela,
Do you understand why this is, we have to ask you out?
you
Well, I
understand why this is
understand
important?
that, yeah, of course I understand that.
So look where we're at now, and I got a couple other things I want to go over with you and get your opinion on. Okay, right now we have that printed out life, or not life insurance, but the printed out custody, if in the event of Hannah's death, that was printed out 3 weeks before her death, that was signed back in December 2014, okay? We have, okay, 2 weeks before the homicide, you purchased 2 pairs of shoes, which identically match bloody footprints in the crime scene, okay? Now, when you put a fingerprint somewhere, if like I've been to Jenny's house, her and her husband, okay? And if they found my fingerprints on your coffee table, okay, that would be explainable. Yeah, Rick's been here before. You know what I mean? If there's a bloody print and she's dead, there's no getting around that. Okay? So we're just trying to explain this, okay? Okay, so you know they did a search warrant on the house that you sold. You know that, right? This is a photograph of a lab analysis of casings that were recovered from your driveway. Okay? We have ballistics experts. Okay, lab.
I'll look up for it.
Yep.
That's a lab report from the shoe confirming the match to the tread. This is the database they pulled up with the shoe tread to verify the match. And then here's a lab report from the casings that we found in your driveway.
Okay, this is a lab report from the casings in your driveway. They're an identical match.
The casings.
The casings of a gun, when you fire, you fire guns. When you fire a gun, it ejects a casing on the gun. Okay?
Yeah.
There were casings recovered from several of the crime scenes. Okay?
Okay.
Of various calibers.
Yeah.
Okay? These identically match. They both came from the shell casings in your driveway. Okay? The
I'm
22,
listening to you,
the 22
yeah.
shell casings were fired from the same gun that killed.
There's no way.
Angela, it's an identical match. We have
There's
all,
no way that they were, there's no way.
Angela, there's the report.
Okay, I'm telling you, there is no way.
We have everyone in our ballistics lab, every expert, every firearm experts review and confirm. It is an identical match.
Here, let me, you want me to?
As long as I hold it out here.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you want your bosses?
Yes, please. Because there is no way, what did they even use? They didn't even say what they used.
Oh, we know what they
We know what we got the autopsy.
And of course you do. You're telling me it's a 22.
One of them.
But I told you we own 22s.
Right, we know that.
There are several different ones.
I
I
know.
understand that.
This is a specific type of 22 round, a specific type of 22 caliber gun that was used to kill some of the
Angela.
victims. You can
Okay,
read the bottom.
carried, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Angela, casings are a definitive match on a blueprint.
And I understand what you're saying on that, I do.
It's a blueprint. When I fire my weapon, my issued gun, and it ejects a round, okay?
Yes.
And then I use it somewhere else, that's an identical match. There's no maybe, possibly, could be the same gun, or yeah, it was just because there were 22 casings in your driveway and there were 22 casings at the crime scene, doesn't mean, oh, okay, then we have 22 rounds here, we have 22 rounds there.
You do know we're not the only ones that shot guns at our house, right?
Who
There are
shoots guns?
several people down, over the time span we've been there, there's been several people down there.
Such as?
Such as, let's see, let me guess. There's been, Frankie's been down there. Oh my God, there's been several other people. The people that hunt on us have been down there. There's just been, I don't know, there's been several people.
Okay, Angela, I understand what you're saying, okay? Look through my eyes.
I'm looking through your eyes, okay?
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
You're not, you're far, far from stupid.
No, I'm not
Okay.
stupid, but I don't see how there could be a match down there.
There is a match
To multiple,
to multiple.
22 casings we found on your property.
Okay, I'm not making this stuff up.
That's just one lab report, there's still other ones pending, but they've been confirmed.
We have other tests that are waiting, that we have not got back yet based on the search warrants, on other things that we're waiting for. Okay, let me just outline this here, and I'm asking you, that's why I'm asking you, could this have been done without, number one, your knowledge? Okay, and if you did know about it, did you know about it after the fact?
No, I did not know about it.
Okay, this is why I'm trying to salvage some semblance of your grandchildren. Okay, I don't want to leave them with nobody, or for them to go back to some Rhoden. That's the last thing I want to do.
An April Manley or
Yeah,
something
or a
like that.
Manly. I don't want that, trust me. But I want the truth from you, okay? Did something happen, and then you're like, what the fuck?
No, I'm not that
No?
I'm aware of, nothing
Okay,
happened like that.
but you say you told me 10 minutes ago, you're definitively sure.
I am
You're
not.
definitive.
Yes, I
There's too much mounting.
Definitive after all this.
Even after all that, we have casings that we used at the, we have the same gun that was used at the crime scene that was shot at your house. We have shoes.
Do you have the gun?
No. We have shoes that were used, okay, that you purchased 2 weeks before the
Yes,
murder.
I purchased them, but I'm telling you, they didn't like them. They wouldn't wear them. You know, they wanted a pair of shoes. They always wear boots. Whoop-de-doo, I bought them and they didn't like them. I don't know about that.
Okay.
But that right there, the guns we
Who's in
have.
the car? Did you go with the kids? I mean, you look alone in that picture. When you went to Walmart to buy that stuff back in April of 2016, okay? You're alone. You're alone.
But I don't know that you're alone getting back in the car.
You're not.
No, I was not alone.
Who were you with?
Yeah, who are you with?
Who was I with that day? I know the kids were sleeping,
Where?
I think. Well, they would have been in the car. I didn't leave with him, but I think we were all in the car. I can't remember that one.
I guess the bottom line is, we have all this. You can understand how this appears.
Yes, I see that you have.
And this is if you're gonna have any chance to talk with us about what happened, what knowledge you have, it's now.
Yes.
Well, listen,
It's
I
now.
want to make something perfectly clear with you, Angela. I'm not against you at all, okay? I am more concerned about them than I am anybody. When I mean them, I mean those grandchildren, okay? So I need to know what you know. And I honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, Angela, I'm going to be completely frank with you. You and I have had a good rapport this entire, I don't know what your rapport was like with the other folks. You and I have a decent rapport, so I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't lied to you yet, okay? But I don't believe everything you're telling me when we're getting down to this. I believe everything before that, okay? But I don't believe this.
If we,
Okay, we need to know the truth.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
telling you, I do
You're-
not know
you're not-
anything that happened between Jake and Hannah. I don't know of any arguments they got into. I don't know of any fights.
Angela,
As far as my husband goes, as far as I do not think there was any at all.
Angela, when we talked to you about the shoes, you told us you never bought shoes for them.
No, I don't
And then-
know that.
and then you- and
But
then
then, but then you remember things.
And
I
then
don't.
I get that, and then we show you these obscure shoes that were bought, and you said, when I brought them home, they didn't like them, so I tossed it out. They're in the car waiting for you, we could tell. On the
Okay,
actual video, you can tell,
okay.
okay? So you bring them out there, and did they tell you there that they didn't like them? I mean, you arbitrarily bought some shoes that, quite frankly, I think are the ugliest shoes in the world, okay? And you think they're gonna like them? And then you remember throwing them away.
Okay, look, let me tell you something. When I get in the car, it's not like a normal get in the car. Oh, hey, look, it's not. It's always.
Let's just throw your bags.
Most of the time. If things are hectic, it doesn't always work the way it's supposed to work.
Angela, you're not being 100%.
I told you.
I can tell by the way you're talking.
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop.
well, I don't want to make you mad.
No, I'm just gonna stop right here and I can get an attorney. That's what I'm gonna do. Because no, I'm just not gonna say no more.
Angela, I don't want to make you mad. Okay.
You're not making me mad. But
Am I being disrespectful to you? Just answer it right away.
I don't think that you are.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
And I know what you're thinking, and I know what you're getting at, and I'm just gonna talk to an attorney, and I'll let an attorney talk to you.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Well,
what I'm gonna do, because
I can't go on.
That's your right.
That's your right.
I just don't want you to miss an opportunity because you might not get this opportunity again to talk to us.
I understand that.
Okay. And I don't know what's going to happen with the lab results, and I don't know if things are going to happen and arrests are going to be made, and I don't know what's going to happen to kids from that point.
Yeah, that's why we're
So-
here. That's why we're talking to you.
Once people are in jail, then the kids go into foster care. They go into someone else's care. And so they take them out. Willing to give you the opportunity, that's all. We have to talk to Border Patrol, we're not the ones that are here. Yep.
I don't know if they're still up to maintain.
Can we try to find you some water?
Yeah, you want some water, Angela?
Yes, please.
We'll figure that out.
I guess after sitting here with you, we all talk about it, but Border Patrol, that's their policy. Once they're done with your stuff, you're free to go, but they don't want you left by yourself. We didn't come to upset you. We're just doing our job. I'll have one of the border people escort you, okay?
And Mr. Wilson, can you tell us what the length of that was? It was 2 hours, 4 minutes?
2 hours, 4 minutes.
Okay. Okay. And did you play the entirety of it?
Yes.
Agent Thomasford, does that represent the entirety of the conversation that you had with Angela Wagner on May 21st of 2017 at the Montana border?
Yes.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversation before or after that recording that we just listened to?
No,
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict the conversation that you did have with Ms. Wagner on May 21st of 2017?
it does.
Okay. Just for purposes of clarification, Agent Thomasford, is it common for you to say things you don't mean in interviews with suspects?
I would say that's fairly common, depending on the situation.
Okay. And specifically, you guys knew that a potential motive was custody, correct?
Correct.
And that there was concerns that on the Wagners that,
I'm sorry? Well, it is a leading question, unless it's necessary to develop anything, I'm going to sustain the objection.
okay. What was your understanding about the Wagner's concerns about the grandchildren ending up with the Rhoden family?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I said the Wagner family.
and your objection is?
Which way?
Well, maybe creating a foundation for how she knows what it is you're asking her might clarify a little bit about who you're talking about. So I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. You were privy to the documents that you were provided to use when you did your interview of Ms. Wagner, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And those documents were, are you aware whether or not those documents were provided to each of the investigative teams that were conducting interviews that day?
that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you were one of the primary agents that was back and forth to Pike County on a daily basis, correct?
Yes,
And that you participated in daily briefings, correct?
yes,
And that you were present for the search warrants that were conducted at Peterson Road, State Route 41, and the Flying W, correct?
yes,
And you were privy to other information that was gleaned from other agents along the way during the daily briefings, et cetera, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on that information, did you have an understanding regarding what any of the members of the Wagner family concerns about the Rhodens having custody of Sophia specifically?
Yes, my understanding is there were concerns on the part of the Wagner family that Sophia would become under the custody of the Rhoden family.
I'm going to overrule the objection, although the term Wagner family, I'm not sure how, if you're using the term the same way, the witness understands how you're using the term.
Yeah, so did you know which of the Wagners had those concerns?
Specifically, Angela, Jake, George, and Billy.
Okay. And were you also aware of the relationship with Tabitha and George and how that whole custody events with Bullvine played out?
Overruled.
Yes, I have some familiarity with that situation.
Okay. And again, can you tell us what your strategy is when you say things like, well, I really wouldn't want the child to go back to the Rhodens? Tell us why those kinds of comments are made during this interview.
Generally, they're made to establish and to build rapport with the individual that you're interviewing as a way of trying to communicate to them that you understand their feelings, that you understand where they're coming from, in the hopes that they'll become more comfortable and more willing to talk to you and to potentially disclose information that maybe they wouldn't have at the start of the conversation.
Okay. And again, those are not necessarily things you believe yourself.
Correct.
Okay. can you tell us, we could tell in the interview that you were using some of the items that were provided to you, correct?
Correct.
In the thing. Specifically, you showed, it appeared from the conversation, the document that was purportedly signed by Hannah Rhoden and purportedly notarized by Rita Newcomb, Angela's mother, and printed on the date of April 3rd of 2016, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just going to show you that so you can identify it for the record. States Exhibit CC, oh, well, this one is, sorry. CC 295A, and if you can just look at that and tell me, obviously that's not, does that look like the same document that you showed Ms. Wagner during that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And then additionally, there was a document you were talking about, and it was talking about 50-50 custody, and I believe Ms. Wagner indicated that she had typed it up. If you could look at States Exhibit C288B, and just let me know if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that as?
That was the document that was included in the file that we utilized during the interviews.
Okay. And then it appeared that you had also showed her crime scene photos that showed shoe prints in blood from one of the scenes, from scene 1, correct?
Yes.
And you also showed her the lab results regarding both the shoe print impression and the ballistics from the shell casings that were recovered from 260 Peterson Road, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you were done with your interview, is that information that would be shared out with the investigative team?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us if that interview that you conducted of Angela Wagner on May 21st of 2017 at the Montana border, was that the extent of your responsibilities or tasks at the border on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not conduct any of the other interviews?
No.
I have no other questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Might be a good time to break before cross-examination of defense counsel. It is approximately 10 after 12. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be in recess until 10 after 1. At that time, the jury is to assemble at the jury room. You'll be brought up to the courtroom by court personnel, as you always have been. While you're on noon break, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're not to do any research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all. And you're to have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything further you wish to put on the record before we recess for our recess?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we are in recess until 10 after 1. Is counsel for each side ready for the jury to be brought in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may be seated. The defense may cross-examine Agent Thomasford.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How are you?
Okay, thank you.
Good.
My name's John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for George Wagner.
Nice to
Thank
meet
you for
you.
coming in. I
Sure.
don't think we've met before, but I do have just a few questions.
Okay.
You were assigned to this case right when it happened, right?
Yes.
All right, and you've been on it ever since?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. You changed assignments a couple of years ago within BCI,
Yes.
but you were certainly very much involved up until that point.
I would say that's fair.
Okay. And you were certainly very much involved between April of 16, when these events happened, and the interview that you just participated in and we heard in May of 17, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you know before you went out west, did you know that you were going to be the one to interview Angela?
Yes, I believe the assignment was known before traveling.
So you were prepared for the interview, correct?
Yes, as much as I could be. Yes.
Right. You and your partner, it was Agent Ward, I think,
Yes,
and he's the one that conducted the bulk of the interview?
he did.
Okay. Were you the one wearing the wire to record it, or how did that work?
I believe the recording device was in my padfolio.
Okay. So that was kind of part of your function?
Yes, yes,
All right. And once in a while, the papers would rustle, and
Yes.
we would hear that, right?
yes. The shuffling noise does seem quite loud, yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit exaggerated, right, on the microphone?
It would seem to be so, yes.
Okay, fair enough. But you did not video record this, correct?
I do believe a portion of the interview was video recorded.
But not the entire thing
I do not believe the entirety of the interview recorded. Correct.
on the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And so in preparation for your interview with Angela, did you seek out a lot of information about her background?
I don't recall specifically what I did in preparation,
Okay,
aside from reviewing the documents that were provided to utilize during the interview.
right. There were folders, kind of briefing folders of some sort.
Correct?
You had a picture of Angela in the Walmart, right?
Yes, sir.
That came through the identification of records. The various things you talked about on direct, you had that information.
Yes.
Did you have any other information about Angela's background?
I don't recall what I had at that time.
Okay. Were you aware that she was in the Air Force before you conducted the interview?
I don't think that I was.
All right, so you don't know anything about what happened to her in the Air Force before you conducted this interview?
No.
All right. Were you aware that she lived up on Bethel Hill with her family at one time?
I do recall that there was a Bethel Hill address that they resided in, yes.
Were you aware that she was involved in some fraudulent arsons up on Bethel Hill?
I recall some limited information about there being arson.
All right.
Claims.
Did you know that one of the houses that burned down that she had built had a marijuana grow room in the basement at her direction, or with her knowledge? Did you know it or not?
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, let her answer it if she can.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Sure. One of the houses on Bethel Hill where they live burned.
Okay.
And are you aware that one of the houses had a marijuana grow room in the basement?
I don't know that I was aware of that at Bethel Hill, no.
All right. Were you aware of her dog breeding business?
I don't know whether or not I was aware of that prior to the interview. I don't recall.
All right. You're not aware that she fraudulently represented the dogs were purebred when they were not? You were not aware of
No,
that?
I was not aware of that, no.
Right. Were you aware that she believed Sophie, her granddaughter, was being sexually abused before the murders? Are you aware of that?
I don't know to what extent I knew anything about that prior to the interview.
All right. Did you know that she wanted Billy, her husband, to do something about that?
I don't know that I was aware of that either.
All right. Were you aware of Tabby, George's ex-wife? Were you aware of her very unfortunate personal history?
I'm familiar with Tabby. I don't know that I'm overly familiar with her history that you're referring to.
Okay. And after the interview, I believe you said Angela was free to go along with the other Wagners, correct? At the end of your interview.
At the conclusion of what the Border Patrol was going to do on their end.
Right.
That would be
they're
their
the
decision.
ones. Well, let's put it this way. Angela was not arrested, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then once Border Patrol finished up whatever they had to do, the entire family was allowed to.
That was my understanding.
That was your understanding, right? Did you know that Angela believed that the Border Patrol people had somehow drugged one of the grandchildren during her interview? Were you aware of anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Not aware of her stopping at a hospital outside of town there to have the kids checked out?
I don't recall whether or not I knew about that either.
Okay. During your investigation, did you learn about the topics? I guess it's a social media outlet of some sort.
Yeah, I really can't speak much to topics. I just know that it was mentioned throughout the investigation, as there being some information regarding the homicides posted
Right.
on that
What's your
forum.
understanding of what topics is?
Limited,
Okay.
but my understanding is that it's really just sort of an open forum for anyone to comment about really anything.
About
again-
gossip and different things?
That's my understanding. I've never utilized or posted on topics, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
But yeah,
fair
that's my
enough.
limited understanding.
Fair enough. And kind of towards the beginning of the interview with Angela, it may have been your partner, Agent Ward, but he said something about he wanted to get away from the noise in Pike County. You remember that phrase?
I do.
What, do you know what he meant by that?
I'm not sure specifically what he was referring to.
Okay. Fair to say, this case that took place about a year before the interview, from April of 16 to May of 17,
Correct?
a year and a month or so, this was a hot topic of conversation, certainly in this county. Fair enough to say.
I'd say that's probably a fair statement.
And Angela told you that Jake was devastated at the news of Hannah's death. Is that right?
Yes, she did say that.
All right. And you later learned, throughout the course of events here, that Jake is actually the one that shot Hannah and killed her. You learned that,
Yes.
correct? And that Angela was by herself in the Walmart when she purchased the shoes and other items on that receipt.
That's my understanding, yes.
Were you aware that Angela used to run to Florida with Billy and bring back pills illegally to Ohio?
I had very limited information about that.
Okay. Fair to say, Angela's been very deceitful about many things.
I would say that she's been deceitful about things, yes.
I got just a moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Agent Thomasford, some of the things that Mr. Parker just asked you about, do you know as we sit here them to be true, even about the marijuana grow at Bethel Hill or anything? Do you know that to be true as we sit here today?
I do not.
Okay. And you were asked if it appeared that Angela Wagner was alone when she was in the store purchasing those shoes, and your response was what?
It was my understanding inside the store that she was alone, yes.
Okay. When she was outside of the store, was she alone?
No.
Okay. And what do you base that on?
Video evidence,
Okay. And specifically, she got into the back of that vehicle?
yes, correct.
No other question. Oh. Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross?
No, thank you.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
The statement calls next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Chris Newcomb to the stand.
Before sitting down, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
Yes, sir.
Be seated there, and the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Marvelous.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Chris Newcomb, or Christopher Newcomb is my full name.
Okay.
N-E-W-C-O-M-B.
Okay. And I am going to ask you, sometimes we have this problem, sometimes we don't, but you're more a fast talker than a quiet one,
Yeah.
necessarily. This microphone amplifies your voice.
Yeah.
So just periodically, I may ask you to make sure you're close to it, okay? Okay. Mr. Newcomb, how old are you?
32,
And can you tell us where you live?
South Webster.
Okay. And who do you live with in South Webster?
My wife, my 2 kids, and at the moment, my mother and grandma.
Okay. You said wife. Are you actually married?
No,
Okay. But you consider her your wife?
might as well be. We've been together darn near 10 years, sorry, sir.
Okay. You've been together almost 10 years?
Yep.
Correct? Okay. And you said your 2 children?
Yep.
How old are your children?
6 and 4.
Okay. Boys, girls?
1 boy, 1 girl. We did it right the first 2 times.
Okay. And can you tell us, Mr. Newcomb, do you work currently?
Yes. Well, not currently, no. I got laid off the 3rd.
Okay. And where are you working?
Gavin Power Plant up there in Gallipolis, or Cheshire.
Okay. And you said you got laid off. Do you, in that situation, do you have like a return date or?
Yeah, December 15th.
Okay,
I get laid off for the shutdown. Whenever they shut one unit down, we get caught up on that ash pretty quick.
okay, all right. And you indicated that right now your mother and grandmother live with you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who are they? What are their names?
Rita Newcomb and Norma Beasler.
Okay. And Rita Newcomb is your mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell us the name of your wife, not wife?
My wife, not wife,
Yes.
Randa Hughes.
Okay. And can you tell us how long have you lived in the home that you are currently staying in?
3 years, 2 years, 3 years, give or take.
Okay. And specifically, is the home that you are currently residing in the same home that Angela and Jake and George lived in up until the point that they were charged in this, in these offenses?
Yeah,
These offenses. Okay. And prior to moving into that location, where did you live?
next door,
Okay. And who did you live next door with at that time?
same people.
Okay. Your Randa and your mother and grandmother and your two children.
Yep, there was a year I lived over in Oak Hill for a little while, on
Okay.
Dickens Road.
Okay. And what's up there? What's on Oak Hill?
Ain't nothing there anymore. Used to be a farm, but that
Okay.
was my farm at the time, but
Okay.
ended up selling it.
You ended up selling it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you tell me, do you know a person by the name of Angela Wagner?
Yep,
And how do you know that person?
she's my half-sister,
Okay. Same mother, same father?
same mother.
Okay. So Rita Newcomb is also her mother?
Yep.
Okay. And can you tell us what the age difference is between you and your sister?
20 years,
Okay.
pretty good age difference.
What'd you say?
Pretty good age difference.
Yes. So she is the older of the two of you.
Well, yeah, I don't look that old, do I?
Okay. So, all right. And can you tell us, like when you were growing up, was she still living in the same home as you? Or did she live in the same home as you?
No,
Okay. And where was she at that time?
like when I was a kid,
Yeah.
Bethel Hill Road, I think's the name of it, over in Lucasville.
Okay. And who did she live on Bethel Hill Road with?
Billy, George, Jake, and that's it.
Okay.
About 50 dogs.
Okay. And did she raise dogs
Yeah.
and sell dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Excuse me. And so you know who Billy Wagner is and who Jake and George Wagner are as well, correct? And can you tell us how old you are compared to Jake and George Wagner?
Year and a half older than George. I think 2.5 years older than Jake.
Okay.
Pretty sure, give or take a few months,
Okay. Technically, you're their uncle, correct?
technically.
But you're closer in age to them than what most uncles would be.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us, when you were growing up, would you spend time with Jake and George from time to time?
Yep.
Okay. And can you just tell us, was that while they were living on Bethel Hill Road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And can you tell us what kinds of things you would do with Jake and George?
Hunting, fishing, camping, a lot of four-wheeling, mudding, worked on a lot of vehicles, four-wheelers, pretty much just whatever we could do to pass time.
Okay.
If we wasn't hunting, we was getting ready for hunting season most of the time.
Okay. And tell us about that. What kinds of things would you do to prepare for the hunting season?
Set in food plots, set up tree stands, cameras, make shooting lanes. That's pretty much it.
How do you make a shooting lane?
Get up in a tree stand, and any place that's gonna block your view of a shot, of a clear shot, just take a saw or a pair of snips and cut it down.
Okay.
A lot of times we'd climb the tree to do it.
Okay. And would that be still up on the Bethel Hill? Is that where you would do your hunting and stuff, or where would you do your hunting?
Yeah, we did quite a bit of hunting out there.
Okay. Did you consider yourself close to Jake and George during that time period?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us, what the family dynamics were from your observations, as far as Jake, George, Billy, and Angela, when they were living together at that time.
What do you mean?
Were they close? Were they not close? Did
Yeah, they was close.
Okay. Other than you, did they have many friends?
A handful that I knew of.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you become aware that they moved to Peterson Road eventually?
But I become aware of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know when they moved?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
You mean like, did I know that they moved, or did I find out later that they had already moved?
You tell me.
Yeah, I knew that they moved,
Okay.
I think.
And
We'll go with that.
can you tell us, sorry, I'm not really wording these correctly or well. Did you go out to Peterson Road with the same amount of frequency that you had been out to Bethel Hill?
No,
Okay, tell me about that.
I went to Bethel Hill a lot because when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time over there. Peterson Road down there at Peoples, and I went down there, I helped them build a barn, helped them build a fence, bought a lot of scrap iron off of them. I don't think I ever did any hunting down there, though. I don't believe I did.
Okay.
If I did, it must not have been very good because I can't remember it.
Okay. So a lot less time spent at Peterson Road than you did at Bethel Hill.
Yeah.
And had you also started a family as well?
Oh, yeah.
And when was your oldest child born?
7/1/16.
And when your wife,
Not wife.
when Randa was pregnant with your child, where did you guys live at that time?
An Oak Hill for a year.
Okay.
And then after the baby was born, she wanted to stay with her mom and dad for a while. So we went up there and stayed for a little bit.
Okay.
That way, because in the first kid, she wanted to have help and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I was lost. I did not know what to do, how to do it, or anything else.
Okay. And so then, after you left her, was it both her parents? Did her parents live together?
Mhm.
Was it? Okay. And where did they live?
Can't remember the exact address, but they live in Chillicothe.
Okay.
I think it's, I want to say it's Trigo Creek Road. Or I think Trigo's something else.
And when you left Chillicothe after having stayed with them for a while after your first child, son, right?
Yep.
Was born, where did you go to then?
South Webster.
Okay. And so we're clear, when did Jake, Angela, and George move into that house that was right next door to your mom and grandmother's home?
Right after they came back from Alaska. I can't remember the exact day.
Okay. Do you remember when they were in Alaska?
I don't remember the date, no, but I remember being there.
Okay, all right. And how long were they there for?
Oh, shoot. Year, maybe?
Okay. But prior to going to Alaska, they were at Peterson Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But when they came back from Alaska, then they moved into that residence that was right next door to your mom, or, yeah, to your mom and grandmother's home.
Yeah, that was my sister's dad's house at the time. Well, he passed away by then.
Okay. And he passed away actually while they were in Alaska,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. And do you know if she came back for his funeral?
No.
Okay. You do not know, or she did not come back?
I know she didn't come back because I was there.
Okay.
I was at the funeral.
Okay. But when they came back, they moved into the home that had belonged to her father?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can you tell us the kind of dynamics between your sister Angela and her two sons, Jake and George? How would you describe that relationship?
On her part, controlling is all get out.
Okay. Tell me about that. What do you mean by controlling as all get out?
She tell them to jump, they jump. I think that's the politest way I can put that. I think.
And can you tell us what her relationship was like with Billy?
Yeah, give me a minute. Dysfunctional? Sound about right? Give or
Okay.
take, somewhere in there?
And why do you say that?
Well, if you know Billy, you pretty much know why he was dysfunctional.
Okay. And so go ahead and tell me about that. Tell me about your observations or your experience with Billy Wagner.
He's about as useless as tits on a borehole.
Okay.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to say that? Yes, I'm sorry.
And why do you say that specifically?
Lazy, didn't want to do nothing, always running his mouth, always scheming on some way or another.
Okay.
Grinded his teeth beyond recognition. That's enough to drive anybody crazy.
Okay. And was there a period of time that you were aware that he was staying with his parents at the Flying W instead of residing with Angela and the boys?
I kind of figured that. I didn't know for sure, but I kind of figured it
Okay.
because whenever I was down there, he was never there.
Okay. And down there, are you talking about Peterson Road?
Yeah.
Okay. And then even when they came back from Alaska and Jake and George and Angela were living next door to you on...
Yeah, I only seen him a few times. He'd just come in every now and then.
Okay. And who else besides Jake, George, and Angela were residing at that home down in South Webster next door to you?
That's pretty much, oh, Sophie and Bullvine, they was there.
Okay.
Other than that, that was about it.
Okay. Did you ever know a person by the name of Beth Ann?
Oh, yeah, she was there.
Okay.
I forgot about her.
Okay. And who is Beth Ann?
Jake, I think it was his wife. I think they got married.
Okay. Do you know where they got married?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. You weren't present for it.
Nope, I wasn't present for that.
Okay. All right. Were you aware of Jake and Angela and George having what I refer to as family meetings?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about that. Like, how did you know that they had family meetings, I guess?
Says to say we gotta have a family meeting, and they go talk, and I go somewhere else.
Okay. Can you tell us, regarding Jake and George, was George protective of Jake?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
And as his little brother, he was always told to protect him, take care of him against anything, even me on occasion. And he'd protect him.
Okay. He took that seriously.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us regarding Sophia and Bullvine, did Angela appear to have more of a mother relationship with them or a grandparent relationship with them?
I think she tried to be more of a mother than what she should have been, in my opinion.
Okay. You indicated I don't remember your exact phrase. I think controlling as all get out was what you said about your sister. Did she also try to exact control over you?
Well, she tried to several times.
Okay. And specifically, would she try to exert control over you regarding your children or how you were?
She did a few times, so I told her certain things. I got you. I ain't gonna, yeah, I ain't gonna say exactly what I said to her, but.
Just respond to the question.
Okay, so, she attempted to, but she was not successful in that regard,
Yeah,
correct? Okay. Can you tell us, did you also do a lot of scrapping or trading, buying, selling?
that's what I've done all my life up till here recently, and I still do it, even though I got a actual job, but I still do it.
Okay, so you actually made a living doing that,
Oh, yeah.
correct? Okay, and you said basically from the time you were pretty young?
Yeah,
Okay,
my grandpa was a horse trader, my dad was a horse trader, it's kind of the only thing I knew for the longest time.
okay. And so you'd trade,
Horses, goats, cattle, guns, cars. I'd buy a box of flies, I think it'd make $1.
okay. And can you tell us, did you ever help either George or Jake find things that they were looking for when you were out there doing trading, buying, selling?
Yeah,
Okay. And specifically, did you ever help them find certain kinds of guns?
yeah, if they was looking for a particular kind, and I could find it. I mean, some of them was too hard for me to locate, but some of them I could.
Okay, all right. And specifically, did you ever help George locate a .40 caliber Glock?
Yes.
Tell me about that, what you recall from that.
He asked me to try to find him a .40 caliber Glock. He said it'd probably be a hard one to find. I ended up finding one. The guy had it in, I'm wanting to say he lived in Hillsboro, but I'm not 100% certain on that. Through Facebook Marketplace, I messaged him. Then I messaged George, told him what it was. He said, well, try to get it if you can. He said, if not, don't worry about it. And I tried to get it, and I ended up getting it, and we ended up meeting in that truck stop right down there by the Peebles.
Okay.
And, yeah, that's where
And
we
who
met.
was with you when you were meeting the person that was selling it?
Yeah,
And who was with you when you?
me, Randa, and I think he drove separately.
Okay. He being George?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a recollection as to when that might have been in relation to the homicides?
Long time ago.
Okay.
It was,
So we're 2022 right now.
yeah, so a year or two, give or take, before
Okay.
the homicides.
Okay.
Somewhere in that time frame, somewhere.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of any other type of guns that you secured for George?
That he was actually requesting me to look for.
Sure.
I think I got him another Glock, I think. Maybe not, but, that he asked for? No, because he asked for some hard to find things. Some very rare, hard to find expensive things.
Okay. And were you able to successfully locate those items or not?
Not all of them, no.
Okay. Did you ever find him a Taurus 357?
Did I ever find him a Taurus?
Yeah, or did you ever?
Basis is,
At the very least, leading.
yeah,
Okay,
it is leading.
okay. Can you tell me, do you recall any other types of weapons that you found for George Wagner?
I know I found quite a few things that I traded for out in the country that he ended up buying off of me. But
Okay.
it wasn't any that he was exactly requesting me to
Okay.
look for.
Yeah, so, yeah, ignore that, I'm not talking about weapons that he necessarily requested, but
Oh.
just that he ultimately bought.
Oh,
them.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Can you tell us what some of those are?
Objection.
Basically,
Please, Berkshire.
yes.
Ask you leading questions now. Did you ever obtain a Taurus, a 357?
Overruled.
For George? Sorry.
Well, when-
Sorry, I know, there's
you
lots
may
of things going on here.
Did I ever obtain one for him?
Or did he ever buy one off of you?
No, I bought one off him.
Okay. A Taurus 357?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Remington 30-06?
I sold that for him.
Okay. Do you remember when you sold that for him?
A good year or two before I found him the Glock.
Okay. And did you also know him to own Wingmaster?
Oh, yeah, he's had several of them.
Okay. Did you also do the same thing for Jake? I mean, would Jake buy or ask you to sell guns?
Jake
for him?
never asked for much, really.
Okay.
Anytime that, if I was selling anything, most of the time it was George bringing them to me to sell. I don't know whose they was. They might not have been his, they might have been Jake's, it might have been Billy's, might have been somebody's, but he's the one that always, I picked them up off of.
Okay.
And Jake, he never really asked for anything, want me to find him anything.
Okay. Were you ever present or aware of George buying guns for his father?
Objection.
Overruled.
Can,
You can answer it. That's what that means.
that I know of, he might have. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
Okay.
he might have, maybe,
Okay.
possibly.
Tell me what your observations were that make you believe that.
He might have bought a 12 gauge coach gun for him, but I don't know if that was for himself or if that was for his dad, for a present. But that's been years and years and years and years ago.
Okay. And what made you think that that particular gun might have been a gift for his father? Like, why do you pick that one out?
Just looked like something Billy would like.
Okay. you're not aware whether or not he actually gave it to him, is what you're saying?
No. No, not aware.
Okay. Did you know Tabby?
Yes.
How did you know Tabby?
When we was kids, they used to hang out a lot. I guess her and George were dating back in, and then they broke up. I didn't see her for a long time. And then they got back together, and I hung out with them whenever I was over there, you know.
Okay. And when they were first together, you said they were little kids?
Oh, yeah, we was kids back in.
Okay. And did you ever become aware of any of the facts or circumstances regarding their breakup, or was that something that you did not?
I didn't bother asking, didn't really care.
Okay. Did you know Hannah Rhoden?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was like a little sister to me.
Okay. And describe the nature of your relationship, or what?
Real good friends.
Okay. And tell me about that.
She ain't somebody that I seen every day, but she's somebody I texted almost every day. We talked for a long time, just almost every day, back and forth for a good while. And then her and Jake ended up breaking up, and my wife ended up getting pregnant. We kind of did our own things there for a while, so we kind of lost touch for a little bit, but
Okay.
I always thought the world of her.
Okay. And did you observe her relationship with Sophia?
She was a great mother. From what I observed, she was an exceptional mother.
Did you know any of the other Rhodens?
I knew Frankie pretty good,
Okay,
and I knew little Chris back when he was like real little.
okay. And where would you see little Chris when he was real little?
When I first met him at Sis's house, George and Jake's house, Angela's house,
Okay,
Billy's house.
on Bethel Hill?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was that when you were younger?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe Frankie?
Hell of a good old boy. Heck of a good old boy. Sorry.
And can you tell us, if you were to see him out and about, would you guys be friendly with one another?
Oh, yeah.
Do you recall the last time that you would have saw him?
Ross County Trade Days, I was up there selling some horses, and he stopped by, and that's the first time I'd seen him in a long time. And I told him, I said, boy, you're eating at the first table, ain't you? He shot up about 3 or 4 inches and put on some weight from the last time I seen him. And I think he had his woman with him, and I'm wanting to say he had a little boy with him. I can't remember the little boy's name,
Okay.
but the little boy wanted to buy a pony off of me, and Frankie said no.
Okay. And do you remember who the girl was that was with him?
I can't remember right off. I can't remember what her name was. I think it might have been his wife, the one he was married to.
Okay. Do you know it was Chelsea, or was it Hannah Hazel?
I'm not sure which one it was.
Well,
Okay.
overruled rejection.
And can you tell us when that would have been, when you saw him at the Ross County Trade Days?
Whenever they first moved Trade Days up to Ross County, I think it was the second one that they had up there. So I can't remember exactly when that was, the date, but I think it was about the second one they had.
Okay. And can you tell us in relation to the homicides when that might have been?
Oof. 3, 4 years
Okay.
prior to that.
And can you tell us, had you ever been up on Union Hill Road?
Maybe once, maybe. I ain't even 100% sure about that because that'd been so long ago.
Okay. Can you tell us if you are familiar with the show Walking Dead?
Yes.
And can you just briefly tell us what that's about? or
A
what?
lot of zombies.
Okay. And can you tell us if you are aware whether or not Jake Wagner is a fan?
Yep.
Okay. And can you tell us if you know what the favorite movie of Jake and George Wagner are?
Last I knew, it was Boondock Saints,
Okay. And how do you know that? Or what makes you say that?
because we was all shooting shit one day. Sorry, Your Honor. We was all talking one day about what our favorite movies and stuff was, and I told them what mine was, and they said what theirs was. I said, well, that's a good movie too.
Okay.
Was that-
And what was your favorite movie?
Anything with John Wayne, and I'm a big John Wayne fan.
Okay. And it was both Jake and George who said that their favorite movie was Boondock Saints.
Pretty sure.
Okay. And can you tell us generally what the theme of that movie is?
Two brothers and their idiot friend kill a bunch of mafia guys and hitmen and anybody had anything to do with the mafia.
Okay. And in one of the series, does the father also join them?
And that's Boondock Saints 2, yeah.
Can you tell us, was there a time that you saw both Jake and George with their hair dyed dark?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how you remember that?
They just showed up at the house one day and I told them it looked stupid or dumb.
That's not the actual word you used, is
Nope.
it? Okay. And was there any comment made by either one of them explaining why they had dyed their hair?
Jake was laughing, said, don't you think I look like Daryl? And I told him, nope, not even close.
And who is Daryl?
Character off The Walking Dead.
Okay. And that character is played by Norman Reedus, correct?
Yes.
And he also plays one of the brothers in Boondock Saints, correct?
Yes.
And can you remember when that was in relation to the homicides?
When what was?
When you saw them with their hair dyed?
I'm not very good with dates. I can't remember if it was right before or right after, somewhere around in there.
Okay. Can you tell us, do you play a lot of cards or poker
Yeah.
specifically? Is it just poker that you play or do you play other games?
If it's pretty much anything gambling, I like to gamble. Yeah.
Okay.
But mostly cards, mostly.
Okay. And tell us about that. Like, who do you play with? How are those arranged? Do you still do that?
Yeah, I play with just a bunch of my friends from down home. Normally, we don't play that much through the summer because there's a lot more stuff to be doing. Most time we play a lot through the winter because, winter it's cold. You ain't got nothing really to do. Don't feel like getting out and doing anything. So about 2 or 3 days out of the week, we'll go have like a poker night or a game night.
Okay.
And that's pretty much about it. Depending on where we go, whoever's house we go to, they got to supply the food and drinks.
Okay.
So there's a little rule.
And then there's, you play for money. You bet money on that.
Well, yeah, I don't play for fun.
Okay. And do you have some success at that?
It kept me fed last winter.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you ever observe George to be much of a poker player or gambler?
He never gambled with me, any.
And can you tell us, first of all, do you know the son of Mr. Nash, the attorney that represents George.
Yeah.
And how do you know him?
I met him, honestly, I think I met him through Garrett, I think.
Okay. And Garrett is who?
Garrett's a buddy of mine. I've known him since the day he was born.
Okay.
Because I've known his dad. His dad's known me all my life.
Okay. And in fact, he's one of the people that you play cards with, is that correct? Okay.
Well, every now and then, I think we played once or twice with him. He didn't play no more after that.
Okay. Did he lose money?
He lost a little bit.
Okay.
Garrett lost a lot more, though.
Can you tell us, were you aware of various properties belonging to the Wagners that burned down?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us which properties you have a recollection of?
Houses, trucks, I think some hayfields,
Some hayfields?
yeah, and a dog kennel.
Okay. And where were the houses that burnt down located?
Bethel.
Okay. And do you recall how many houses burnt down there?
3, I'm thinking.
Okay. Did you help them build one of those homes?
Yeah, helped out here and there.
Okay. And how many trucks that you were aware of?
I think one pickup, and I think a semi. I think.
Okay. And same question for the hayfields. Was that at Bethel Hill or some other place?
I don't really recall the hayfields as clear.
Okay.
You know, that was more, I was really little whenever that kind of stuff happened.
Okay. And can you tell us, did you ever discuss these with any one of the Wagner members of the family?
No?
Okay. Did they ever tell you that whether those were truly accidental or whether they had been purposely set?
No.
Okay. Did you have any observations that made you suspicious?
A few little things here and there.
Okay. And tell me about that.
My sister had a lot of the same stuff in the house. Caught myself.
So when you say same stuff, what do you mean by that?
A statue was here, and fire happened, yet new house statue here again.
Okay. So some items seem to survive the fires?
Yep.
Okay. After the homicides occurred, were you involved in a wreck in George's truck?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It was a bad deal. I almost died.
Okay. Who was driving the truck at that time?
Jake.
Okay. And do you recall where you were going?
I think I was going home. I don't know. There's bits and pieces from that wreck I don't remember.
Okay. So, but Jake was driving George's truck and you were the only other person in it at the time?
I remember my truck broke down,
Okay.
and that's the reason I called George, because my truck broke down in Jackson. And he came up there to, I can't remember if he didn't pick up the truck, I don't think. I think he found out what was wrong with it, and he said he could fix it. And I think I got in the truck with him, and I can remember that, doing that, but I don't remember how I wrecked. You know what I mean? I don't remember how that happened right there. I remember waking up, coming to here and there whenever they was trying to get me out of the truck. I remember that bits and pieces of it, but
But Jake was the one driving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were the passenger, front seat passenger?
Mhm.
And was there anybody else in the truck at that time?
no.
Where was George at that time?
Honestly, don't know.
Okay.
I probably
And-
stayed, I think he stayed at the house because whenever he showed up there, he was driving Jake's truck.
Okay. And can you tell us, was that an intentional accident?
Not on my part, it wasn't.
Intentional. Tell me about that.
Like I said, I almost died. I wouldn't have done that intentionally for nothing.
Okay. And tell me, what kind of injuries did you sustain?
Multiple fractures going up the entire right side of my body. Oh shoot, what do they call it when you bust your head? What's that?
Concussion?
Concussion. There you go. And a torn
Meniscus?
meniscus in my knee, my right knee.
Okay. And you
Not
said
to
when they were
mention
trying
cuts
to
and
get you
bruises.
out of the vehicle. Tell me about that.
It took them about 4.5 hours to cut me out of the vehicle. They had to cut the back, the top off the truck, cut the back off my seat, and drag me out because I could sit there and I could count the injectors on the engine. The engine came through the truck and landed in my lap.
Okay.
They pulled me out of my boots. My boots were pinned up underneath of it.
Okay.
He got my boots out for me.
And were you then transported to a hospital?
Yeah, they life flighted me to, oh shoot, the one right there in Huntington, Cabell, I think it is, Cabell, Huntington.
Okay.
And I remember begging them not to do that. I told them just drive me, I'd make it, because I don't like flying. They wouldn't do it.
Okay. And can you tell us what you collided with? What did you, was it another vehicle? Was it a telephone pole? Was it a?
I don't know if he hit the deer or if he swerved to miss the deer, but we ended up hitting a tree and a bank and a creek,
Okay.
I think, or a tree, a creek, and a bank, something like that.
And this was after the homicides, but before they went to Alaska? Or were they living next door to you at that time, if you recall?
No, they wasn't living next door. They was still living in Peoples.
Okay.
I can't remember though if it was before or after. I can't remember when that was. But I do know they were still living in Peoples.
Okay. Regarding deer hunting, did you ever know Jake and George to poach deer?
Had my suspicions of it.
Okay, why?
They got a lot of nice deer heads.
Okay.
But as far as proof, I didn't know.
Okay. You never did that with them?
No.
One more question regarding the wreck of that truck.
Yeah.
Did they encourage you to sue George's insurance company?
Well, I'll sustain that they, I'm not sure what,
Okay. Did somebody encourage you to sue the George's insurance company? His insurance?
Objection.
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you collect on insurance for that wreck?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do that?
Got a lawyer and let him do it.
Okay. And do you know whose insurance paid you?
Objection.
Well, I'm going to overrule that objection. Let him answer.
Geico, I think it was.
What'd you say?
Geico
Okay.
was the insurance that paid me.
Okay.
Or are you asking me like
Who was the policy owner of that insurance?
I think George. I think.
Okay. Regardless, it was George's truck, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a really nice truck. It wasn't after that wreck though. There wasn't nothing left of it.
What kind of truck was it? Do you recall?
I think it was a 07 or an 08 Duramax. I can't remember it was one of them 2 years.
Are you familiar with the term Winter Olympics?
Yeah.
And what does that mean to you?
I thought it meant coyote hunting.
Okay. And when you say you thought it meant, who would use that term with you?
Jake, George, me.
Okay. Can you tell tell us, are Jake and George both mechanics?
Yes,
Okay. Would you say one is better than the other?
yes, I would.
And who would that be?
He's a better mechanic by far, George is,
Okay,
by far.
okay. And so if you want advice on fixing a vehicle, who do you go to?
George.
Okay. Did Billy ever talk to you about stealing diesel fuel?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Told me the best way to not pay for any fuel.
Okay? And so did he tell you how he did it?
Yes.
And what was that?
He said he'd just pull up next to a truck and start pumping.
Okay? And how was he able to do that?
He had a pump that could switch either sucking or blowing, either way you looked at it.
Okay? Did you ever know Billy to use pills?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Or how did you know?
As you can tell, I'm kind of a heftier guy. So Billy'd have me go to some doctor across the bridge over there for, I call him a fat doctor. I don't know what they're called, but yeah.
Okay.
And I go in there and, you know, they tell me I'm fat and they give me 3 bottles of pills and he only took 1 bottle.
Okay,
I don't know what they was. It was a blue bottle, orange bottle, and a green bottle.
okay. And would he provide money for you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see George's tattoo that has the skull and the 8 ball in the skull's mouth?
Yeah.
Did you ever ask him about the meaning of that?
Nope, never did.
Okay. Were you interviewed by BCI in this case?
What? That's him, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. You were interviewed by Special Agent Scheiderer?
Yes.
And did any other agents ever interview you, or was any other agents with him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were interviewed a couple different times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe one time when the Wagners were in Alaska, and then one time after they had returned, correct? Does that match your recollection?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Was there ever a time that Jake or George or Angela told you not to talk to BCI?
Yes.
And who told you that?
Angela, Jake, George.
You became aware that Jake pled guilty in this case, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Prior to that point, had you more or less defended them?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how you felt at that time?
Enraged.
Okay. Tell me about that.
If I'd have had Jake in front of me at the time, I'd have probably beat him to an inch of his life.
Okay. Why?
Something like that should have never been done, ever. That is a monstrous act, in my opinion.
Do you have, well, I guess you already talked about how close the family was, Jake, George, Angela,
Yes.
to some extent Billy. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not? Well,
Were you asking for an opinion?
yes, or a belief, yes, based on his observations of the family over all his life.
I'm not sure what you're asking an opinion about, but I don't think you can give an opinion. So I'll sustain the objection.
You indicated that you were enraged, and that if you'd had Jake in front of you, you probably would have,
Beat him to an inch of his life,
okay,
if not all the way, probably.
okay. Were you also enraged at anybody else?
Mostly Jake and my sister, majority of them.
Say it again,
Mostly Jake and my sister.
okay,
Never even gave two thoughts to Billy because I tried not to think about
okay,
him, period.
okay. Can you tell us, was your mother also charged in this situation?
Yes.
And can you tell us if, well, prior to that, had she ever been to jail before?
No.
Okay. And can you tell us how that made you feel that they basically involved her as well?
Still relevance of how.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. Your observations of Jake and George, I believe you already indicated that if Angela said jump, they said how high, correct?
Pretty much.
I'm sorry.
Objection.
Basis is,
That's what he said. I was just laying that as a foundation to ask the next question.
you objecting because of,
Leading question.
Laying the foundation to ask this question.
I just asked him if that was his response earlier.
well, I guess I'll let you ask him if that's what he said earlier, if he remembers how he said it. I'll overrule the objection.
I forgot what I'm supposed to, do I answer?
Yeah, that happens. When I asked you about the relationship between Angela, Jake, and George, and you were saying that she was controlling, and I said,
Yes.
what makes you say that? And what was your response to that?
She'd say jump, they jump.
Okay. Okay. You indicated that you felt enraged. Did you feel anything else?
try to think of the word I'm looking for. Betrayed, could be a word.
Okay, and tell me about that.
Judge, is there relevance to how you felt?
I'm going to overrule the objection if that's an objection, let him answer the question.
Second answer. Just the fact that I would have believed 1,000 times my family had nothing whatsoever to do with this. And then it just made me look like the biggest idiot coming and going whenever Jake came out and confessed to it. And I just felt, I can't think of the right word. I want to say a certain word, but I can't think of what it is. Betrayed's about the closest thing I can think of.
Were there some things after you learned of the plea that you looked back on and looked at some of the things differently once you knew that they were in fact involved?
A few things.
Okay. Tell us something that you recall.
When I was being interviewed by the BCI agents, they brought up some things that I thought, well, that didn't make no sense, What was that got to do with anything? But after Jake confessed to it, then it started making a lot more sense.
Okay. And was there also something that you saw on Facebook that, looking back?
There was a profile picture on Facebook.
And what was that?
Wolf missing an eye.
And why did that, when looking back, what significance did that have to you?
Just kind of ironic, I guess you could call it.
And why was it ironic?
Because it was a wolf shot in the face.
And were you aware of one of the victims being shot in the eye?
Yes.
Okay. And whose profile was that?
George's.
I have no other questions at this time, Your Honor.
So we done?
Defense may cross-examine.
Do you want to take a break? We do probably a long process.
What is 3 o'clock? So we will take a afternoon break, 15-minute break. While we're at break, the jury is not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning this case, you're not to do any research concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. You're not to review, read, listen to, or view any report or account of this case from any source at all, and you're to have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel have anything further before we take our break?
No,
All right, my watch here says it's 3:02, so we'll be in recess until 3:20. Assemble at 3.
Okay, just wait here. I'll wait here. Judge, sorry about
be seated. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Pretty good, how you doing?
Can I call you Chris?
Oh, absolutely, I
All right,
prefer it.
we've met before, have we not?
Yes, we have,
I've been out to your home there in South Webster a few times,
several times.
along with Rick Nash, right?
Yep,
All right, thank you for coming in today.
ain't no problem.
We're just looking to have you answer some questions, so
All
if you don't
right,
understand something I say, please say so.
you know that's gonna be probably about it. I ain't the brightest crayon in the box.
I don't know about that, you seem fine to me. Let me just ask you some questions about George. Now, George, I'm gonna ask you to stand up. Looking over at George there, he's lost a lot of weight, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
How big was he the last time you saw him?
Oh, probably about my size, maybe a bit bigger.
A bit big.
He lost it, I found it.
He lost the weight and you picked it up.
Yep,
All right. And you and George, would it be fair to say you guys basically grew up like brothers?
pretty much.
All right. You were 18 months older than him, right?
Roundabouts, yeah, about a year and a half, give or take.
All right. And you know Jake as well, obviously.
Yep,
All right. Is George and Jake, are they the same?
no,
Explain that if you could.
night and day.
Night and day.
Yep.
Can you give me some more details how George is different than Jake?
Me and him, we vibed a lot better because we both liked about the same things.
Okay,
We had a lot of the same interests. Jake, not so much.
all right.
We was all like brothers, yes. He was like the brother that I always wanted. Jake was like the brother I wish I never had. You know
Keep
what I mean?
talking, explain that a little bit.
He was very OCD about things.
Who's he, Jake?
Jake.
Okay, go
Jake,
ahead.
very picky, to the point where if I had dirt on my boots, I'd have to take my boots off, put them in a bag, and set them in the bed of his truck.
All right. So he would not let you in his truck if you had some dirt on it?
Nope, I remember that plain as day.
All right. Would he have any other rules about his truck?
No smoking in the truck, which I don't blame him. Keep it clean, no trash.
Now, was George like that?
Lord no.
Explain what you mean.
Well, for instance, we could be out mudding somewhere, it's covered in mud head to toe, he'd say, jump on in.
All right,
We're gonna go get a pop.
all right. Was Jake the same way?
Nope.
And I think you said you went four-wheeling with George and Jake over on the Flying W. You know the Flying W.
Oh, yeah.
You practically grew up there, right?
Yeah, I was
In
there
many
a lot.
ways.
I was there a lot.
You were there a lot, right?
Yeah.
Right. Would you and George go ripping and roaring on a four-wheeler?
Oh, yeah.
What about Jake?
Sometimes,
Sometimes.
yeah,
Would he kind of like poke you along behind you?
pretty much.
Would you and George go right through the middle of a mud puddle?
Oh, yeah,
And what about Jake?
he'd go around it.
Okay.
He decided to fly one time on his four-wheeler. He used me and George over as human ramps.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was a dusty road, and he didn't see us, I guess, parked waiting on him. And he hit us so hard, he
Right up in the air.
right up in the air.
So George and Jake's fair to say they're brothers. They were completely different personality-wise.
Yes.
Is that right? And you and George were very tight.
Yes.
And if I told you that George thought of you more of as brother than he thought of Jake as a brother, would that surprise you?
No.
You and George like to go hunting a lot, right?
Yep.
Can you explain that just a little bit?
Put on camouflage, get up in the stand, sit there for 3-4 hours, sometimes all day. We do some all-day sits every now and then.
All right.
Sometimes we'd see stuff, sometimes we wouldn't.
Right, but you and George would hang out together in the woods.
Oh, yeah.
All right. And over there on Bethel Hill, obviously, there's a lot of woods over
A
there.
lot of woods.
All right. And that's really good deer hunting area.
Yep.
Right. And George, since he was a little kid, he became obsessed with deer hunting.
Yep.
Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Can you explain how he was obsessed with deer hunting?
Ever since he was little, he wanted to have his own hunting show.
Okay.
I don't know if y'all are familiar with like Drury Outdoors.
Okay.
Yeah, DTV. Well, George said he wanted to have that
All right.
himself.
And go ahead.
I said, well, that'd be something nice, something good to have. But never did do it. Always
Never did
wanted
do
to.
it.
Never did do it. He could have done it. He was smart enough to do it. With
Okay. Now,
So-
you know that Angela's your sister, half-sister.
No.
You don't like to admit that, right?
Nope.
Let me just go there since we're here. You're embarrassed by what Angela and Jake did, aren't you?
That's
And-
one.
and
That's one
angry.
way you can put it. Yes.
All right. And you talked about that a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
After Angela pled guilty, she called you, didn't she?
Yep.
Tell us about that.
About the call,
Yeah.
it was mostly me screaming, her screaming back, and that's pretty much the end of it. I hung up, blocked her number, can't call me no more.
Right. And you were harmed, you were shocked and harmed when Jake and Angela pled guilty
Yes.
because they had fooled you.
Yes. I had absolutely. I didn't believe for a second that my family had anything to do with this.
Right.
I said, there ain't no way. I thought I knew them, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And I was, well, like I said earlier, I was 100% enraged and felt betrayed. Embarrassed is another word.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. Now, George, back with the deer hunting, tell us about what he would do when he, from a small age, from a young age, all the way up till, as long as they lived on Bethel Hill. What kind of things would he do as far as deer hunting over on that property?
Well, like I said, we all put in food plots and stuff. He did most of the work.
Food plots.
Yeah,
Tell me what that is.
like winter beets, radishes. Want to say carrots one time maybe. But I
Okay.
know there's a lot of winter beets and radishes. Little small sections of land, And that's designed to like bring the deer in, you know. We set up a stand pretty close, which at that time I think was a tripod, I'm pretty sure. I think it was a
Okay.
tripod set up.
There were quite a few deer stands over there, right?
Oh, yeah.
You and him would put them together
Whenever I was around. I mean,
whenever you were around?
him and Jake did some whenever I wasn't there, but whenever I was around, yeah, we was always getting ready for it, doing it.
And,
Whatever.
and did George have kind of like certain rules as far as deer hunting goes? Would he shoot every deer he saw?
No,
Explain it.
you have to be a mature buck.
Had to be a mature buck.
Yep, or doe, you know, just mature doe. He wouldn't shoot anything young, you know. That way he gives it time to grow. The deer fully matures, help keeps the population in control and everything like that.
Sounds like he was almost kind of raising deer in a way.
In a way, yeah.
I mean, trying to, is
He's 3 times the hunter I ever was.
that right?
Yep, and I enjoy hunting, but he's 3 times the hunter I ever was.
Okay. And was Jake the same way?
No, he was lazy when it came to that.
Jake was lazy.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of times we'd go out of the morning, go hunting, Jake'd still be in bed. It'd just be me and him going out.
And George liked to be away from that house as much as possible. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And George would go hang out in the woods as much as he could. Is that right?
yes,
And there was a lot of tension in that household. Would you agree with me on that?
yeah,
George would argue with his mother all the time. Isn't that right?
all the time.
She did not even want him around you. Is that fair to say?
Nope, she swore up and down I was a bad influence on him.
Right. And you ended up being basically his role model. Is that fair to say?
That's something you'd have to ask him.
Well, if I told you he said you were his role model, would you be surprised by
Objection
that?
to Mr. Parker saying what George would say.
I can rephrase it, George.
All right, I'll sustain the objection and refer.
Would it surprise you if George thought of you as a role
Your
model?
Honor, again, objection to what George Wagner thinks and Mr. Parker putting that into evidence.
Well, I'm sustaining the objection of what somebody thought.
Let me ask you this, Chris. I don't know if you still are, but you were a smoker, right?
I still am, sadly.
Yeah, cigarettes, right?
Yeah,
All right. And do you know if George was a smoker?
every once in a while. Yeah,
Every-
I'd see him smoke 1 or 2 here and there.
All right. And would you describe George as kind of being shy when he was younger?
When he was younger?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did that change over time?
Yeah, he got more confident.
He got more confident.
Yeah,
You tried to teach him the rules of the road, right?
just, yeah.
Well, he started smoking after you, is that right?
I started smoking when I was about 8 years old. I
Right.
was just good at hiding it for a while.
Right. He started at a very young age, but he started, kind of modeled himself.
Yeah.
So, and you like to have a drink now and then, right?
Back then, I had to drink a lot more than now and then.
Okay, you've changed over the years,
Yeah,
but George was a drinker too.
yeah,
You and him would drink together,
yeah,
all right? Hunt together, smoke cigarettes,
yeah,
talk about girls,
yeah,
maybe chase a few,
a couple.
okay? And was Jake like that?
Don't tell my wife that.
I won't tell her. Talking about Randall, I won't say a word. But Jake wasn't like that,
No.
was he? Tell us about Jake's bedroom over there at South Webster. Did he have a particular bedroom he stayed in?
Yeah, the biggest bedroom.
The biggest bedroom?
Yeah,
And was that like the other ones?
nope,
What was different?
it's pink.
Pink.
I'm talking hot pink.
Did you find that unusual?
Yeah,
And did he have any like songs or anything he liked to sing or play or anything like that?
well, he swore up and down it was Sophie's favorite song, but it was My Little Pony or something like that.
All
He
right.
played it going down the road one day.
All right. Tell me about that.
He played it, and I said, "What in the world are you doing?" He said, "Sophie's favorite song." I said, "Sophie ain't here."
So you were in a truck going somewhere?
Yeah,
All right. And what was Jake doing?
singing My Little Pony.
And that's a little kid's song, right?
Yeah, my kids don't even like that song, and they're little kids.
All right. So you found that to be a little unusual.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Now, you said earlier that you've got a good job right now. You're laid off.
I'm laid off at the moment, yeah, for the
Yeah,
shutdown.
but you got this good job recently.
Yep, first public job I ever had.
Yeah, and you like to trade and sell things, is that right beforehand?
I still do that.
You still do that?
Yep, I still do that.
That kind of runs in your family, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Your mother does that?
Yeah, she used to.
She used to, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure she taught you the ropes a little bit.
Well, mostly my grandpa and my dad, from what I could watch from my dad anyway. He didn't really never teach me nothing, but I picked
Okay.
up a few things watching him here and there.
Right. And so tell me how that works. How can you make a living trading things?
Now, you buy something for a certain amount of money and flip it for a more amount of money.
All right.
And the key thing is trying to find somebody who wants that piece of merchandise or product that you're trying to sell.
Right. And so you go all over Southern Ohio trade days and other places.
Back when I was younger, I used to go everywhere.
What do you mean by everywhere?
Well, I rode rodeo for 3 years, 18, 19, 20, yeah, 3 years. So I was bouncing around through there, and I was
Okay.
bouncing around from stockyard to stockyard when I wasn't at a rodeo.
Okay. And so you learned how to get by trading things, how to make a living doing that.
Yep.
All right. And you would trade things such as ponies, horses.
Horses, goats, cattle, guns, cars. Like I said earlier, I'd buy a box of flies if I think it'd make $1.
All right. You know how to turn something and make a little money off of it.
Yep.
So you would trade guns periodically, right?
Every now and then, yeah.
All right.
I'd take men on trade, or I'd trade for some other stuff.
Right, and that's not unusual, is it?
I didn't think so. Not in my lifestyle, it wasn't.
Right. A lot of people that you knew would have a gun, trade it for something else, right?
Yeah, like, not that long ago, I had an old high point pistol. I don't know if anybody knows anything about high points, but they're about the cheapest gun you can get, handgun wise. 120, 130 bucks brand new.
Right.
Well, I traded that gun for 3 junk cars.
For three
3 junk cars.
junk cars.
Been sitting around somebody's yard for Lord knows how long. I traded that gun for those 3 cars. Those 3 cars brought over 800, not counting the converter and stuff that was on them.
Okay. So that's an example of how you
Yes.
do your trading.
Exactly.
And you knew George to be a hunter, and he liked guns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if he wanted a gun, he knew he could come to you and say, hey, Chris, if you happen to see this gun, I'd like to have one.
Yep.
And that was never a problem with you.
Nope. A lot of people do that.
A lot of people do that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he had guns for hunting. He had guns over at Bethel Hill, right?
Mhm.
He had guns at Peterson.
Yeah.
And it was no big deal.
Everybody I know has guns.
Right. Let's talk about Billy.
Do we have to?
You know Billy, don't you?
Sadly.
Tell us about Billy.
Well, he's useless. There we go. In my opinion.
All right. Don't hold back on your words here. You're not going to get in trouble no matter what you say. I just want your honest answers.
I want to be respectful.
Understood.
Yeah.
And we want you to be respectful.
Yeah.
But tell us about Billy.
He's very special,
Okay?
and not in a good way.
All right.
He always acted like he could trade. I never could see it, because I don't see nobody liking him long enough to do any trading with him.
What do you mean by that?
He's a very hard person to like.
In what way?
He's mouthy as all get out.
All right.
He's arrogant, very pushy, and them teeth grinding. Oh, you can't be around him for more than 5 minutes.
Why is that?
He grinds his teeth so loud, I guarantee it echo in this room.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, did you ever know him to hold down a job?
He had a few jobs here and there, but not hold one down that I can think of anyway.
Did he ever talk to you about,
That was whenever my sister could get him off the couch to go to work to do
what do you
something.
mean by that?
He didn't want to do nothing. He was lazy.
Lay on the couch all day?
Lay on the couch all day. That was his dream life.
Now, did he ever talk to you or in your presence about going to Mexico or any trips like that?
Yeah, I heard him over the phone a few times. He called about once or twice a week swearing up and down he had a way to make him and my dad rich.
He always was trying to get a get-rich scheme type guy?
Yeah. If he'd spent half that time trying to think of a way to legitimately make some money, he'd probably made a bunch.
All right. But he was one of these guys that always trying to find a way to get rich.
Oh, yeah.
The quick and easy way.
Yep.
Now, let's talk about Alaska for just a moment. You're aware that George and his family went up to Alaska many years before this murder, are you not?
Yeah.
All right, and did George ever talk to you about that?
Oh, yeah, for years and years.
What did he say?
Objection.
Faces.
I was just saying, he can't put his client's statement in. Client wants to get a statement in his way to do that.
Sustained objection.
What was your understanding of their trip to Alaska, and they had many years before this murder?
That they enjoyed it and wanted to move up there, and said it was a beautiful country, which I'm sure that it is from some of the pictures I seen.
Sure.
I ain't never been, but
And George was just a teenager back then, right?
Yeah.
All right. And as a hunter, did he talk to you about the hunting up there?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of paradise?
Yeah. Elk, moose, bear. He said anything you can think of, they got it up there.
All right. And you're obviously aware that after these murders, they moved up there.
Yes.
Did that surprise you?
Not really. No.
When they were living up there, did you talk to George and maintain communication with him?
Yeah, just almost every day, I'd say it was.
And how would that work?
He'd just call me, and we'd sit there and talk and bull crap around for a little bit, and just about what I done that day, what he done, you know. Have we seen any big deer? Seen anything big at all, you know?
Right. Just normal conversation.
Yeah.
And
Or he'd be calling me, and I'd tell him I'm glad that he called because my truck screwed up, and I need him to tell me how to fix it.
Okay, you said he was a good mechanic.
He's a very good mechanic.
And
Best
you
I
and
ever
him
seen.
like to work on trucks together.
Well, it was mostly him. You know, I was the kind of guy, hey, I need a wrench. There you go.
He knew how to fix it.
Yeah. I'd learn a little bit here and there from him, but he's the one that fixed it. I was just there.
Okay. And if you needed something in the middle of the night, could you call George?
Absolutely.
He'd show up in the middle of the night.
Absolutely.
No questions asked.
No questions asked. Well, you might ask, what in the world am I doing up there?
Right.
Yeah.
He might ask, what are you doing out this
Yeah.
time of night or whatever.
So what in the world are you doing way up there? What are you doing out this night?
Did you know George to stay away from the house on South Webster when he lived there? Did you know him to stay away in the middle of the night or get away from there as much as possible?
Yeah, we go riding around sometimes.
All right. Would he ever go off by himself?
Probably. I wasn't there all the time, you know.
You weren't there all the time?
No, I wasn't there all the time. I was always going myself.
Okay. George liked to go out and talk to girls, right?
Probably.
Yeah. And
If he went out
Angela-
by himself, I don't know.
Pardon me?
I said if he went out by himself, I don't know.
Right, if he went by himself, you don't know, but that wouldn't surprise you, right?
Yeah,
And Angela didn't like that, right?
probably not.
Right. Was Angela the type of person that would get in George's face about his conduct and tell him he was going to hell if he didn't change his ways?
Yep, I heard that several times.
All right. Explain that a little bit.
That's pretty much what you just said. I mean, if they get into an argument, she'd scream at him, swear up and down he's going to hell. Hell, she told me that several times.
Is that right? Under what circumstances?
Just the way I was living my life.
She didn't like it.
No, of course, back when I was younger, now I did drink quite a bit.
All right, and George did too, right?
Yeah, I drank quite a bit more than he did.
Okay.
I turned 21, I quit drinking, it wasn't fun anymore.
Right, right. But Angela would get in his face and scream and yell at him because she didn't like his lifestyle. Is that right?
Yep.
Was Jake the same way?
I never seen her hardly yell at Jake.
All right. Do you think she favored Jake over George?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
From what I seen, Jake could do no wrong. Anytime they got into an argument or anything like that, she always took Jake's side over George's, no matter whether or not he was right or not.
All right. Angela always favored Jake.
Yes.
You were aware of some of the arsons up there on Bethel Hill, right?
What is that?
You were aware of some of the arsons, the burnings,
Oh, yeah.
the homes.
I told you, I'm a little slow. You gotta
It's
keep
okay.
using that big fancy words with me.
Okay. You're aware that houses burned up on Bethel Hill.
Yeah,
All right, and they collected insurance on that.
yeah,
And Angela always seemed to have a special item that survived all the fires.
yeah,
And that's a little suspicious, right?
a little bit.
Now, after they moved back from Alaska and stayed over there at South Webster, Jake had gotten married, right?
Yeah, when he was up in Alaska, I didn't even know it till I think they moved back. I don't even think I knew whenever he was up there.
Right, so it kind of surprised you when he showed up with a wife,
Yeah.
and that was Beth.
Yeah.
Her name was Beth.
Yes. I can't remember her name, honestly.
Okay, do you remember, I mean, she lived in the house, right, there in South Webster?
Yeah.
What was she like?
Weird.
What?
Weird.
What do you mean by weird?
Okay, if she was standing back here in the corner right here, you know, and you just looking around the room, she can make eye contact with you. You know how most people, when you make eye contact with them, they kind of look away? No, she,
Okay,
like, make eye contact a little too long, and you're like, see what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
it's odd the way she acted.
all right. And did she seem like a good match with Jake?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. Are we asking for his opinion now? Is that
Asking for his
okay?
observations.
If it was a good match for Jake?
Did they appear to be a good match?
Your Honor, again,
Well, all of them with objection.
Did Jake and Beth appear to be a good match?
I can answer it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Going back to Billy for a moment, how was he around George and Jake when you, as the boys were growing up, as Jake and you and George were all growing up, how was Billy in relation to George and Jake?
When they was younger, from what I seen, Billy was abusive.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Boys would always have bruises on them. They had to come from somewhere. And when they was older, it was more vocal abuse, I guess you could say it.
Okay,
Because old George over there could whoop his dad by then.
what do you mean by that?
Well, he could easily whoop on Billy. Billy wasn't nothing but, he was all bark, no bite.
Gotcha. And what about, did you ever see George and Billy get in a fist fight?
I've seen a few, give or take.
They have disagreements, right?
Yeah,
George would stand up for himself.
absolutely.
I mean, George would stand up to his mom if he didn't like what she was doing.
George would stand up to Billy for Jake too. I mean, he would.
Right. He would, I think you said he would protect Jake, right?
Yep.
Sometimes Jake needed protection,
Yep.
and George would do it.
Mhm.
All right. And George would stand up to his mom. If she said something to him or they had disagreements, George would stand up to her, wouldn't he?
Yes. Yeah, they argue quite a bit.
That house had a lot of yelling and screaming. Is that fair to say?
Probably. Not so much whenever I was there. A few times when I was there, it got pretty good.
Did you ever know, when they lived over on Bethel Hill, did you ever know Billy to be a thief?
Yeah?
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, he told me what he was doing. He said he was stealing fuel, stealing semi-trailers, stealing pretty much whatever he could get his hands on.
All right. You know him to be a shoplifter?
Now that I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure on that one.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever know about a trailer full of Rocky boots?
That I can think of? No.
Yeah.
That I can think of. But my memory ain't too keen.
That's fine. If you remember, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. When Jake was younger, did he, was he kind of like a computer guy or
Yeah,
a gamer guy type thing?
yeah.
Can you explain that?
He liked his video games a lot more than the rest of us did.
All right. And that wasn't the way George was.
No. I mean, we played every now and then, you know, but if it was daylight, we'd like to be outside doing something else.
And what about Jake?
Give him time, he'd play games all day.
Did he ever have like a collection of action figures or anything like that? Did you ever know anything about that?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
We had a bunch of little action figures.
Okay. What would he do with them? Or
Set them up. Just, he wouldn't touch them, he wouldn't play with them, they'd just sit.
I'm going to object because I fail to see the relevance of Jake playing with action figures to this case.
Well, I'm going to allow that question, because it may deal with family dynamics, which was asked about in direct, so.
you could go ahead and answer.
He just had a little shelf, had a bunch of them, about yay big or so, just stacked up on it.
And would you describe Jake as being OCD?
Oh yeah,
Explain that.
very neat.
Very neat.
Everything had a place in there, and how they put it, everything's got a place and there's a place for everything.
All right.
Yeah,
And was George like that?
no. He was neat with his tools and stuff, but
Right.
nowhere near as neat as Jake was.
Right.
I could move a hammer at Jake's 3/4 of an inch, I swear he'd know it.
All right. And then I think you said earlier that George liked to take the four-wheeler and go right through the mud.
Oh yeah,
Jake would go around.
yep.
You talked about Angela being a little bit controlling, is that right?
She was a lot controlling in my
A
opinion.
lot controlling.
Yeah.
Was Jake similar to her that way?
Jake didn't really rebel against her on anything that I ever seen anyway.
Right. But
There was
George-
never much argument between him and her that I personally have seen.
No argument between Jake and his mom?
Yes. Like I said, she said something, he just did it.
Talking about Jake?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever know, do you know whether George had plans to move away from his family?
He talked about it several times.
Did Jake think he was better than other people? Would you
Your Honor,
say?
truly.
I'll sustain the objection.
How would you describe Jake's attitude?
Arrogant,
How about Angela?
even worse.
Did Angela ever accuse you of stealing money from her back around 2004, quite a few years ago?
Not to my face, no, but I did hear later on that she did.
Did she always blame George for things that Jake did?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't know if I
Did she
should
make
say
up
that.
lies about George to cover for Jake?
Your Honor, we are going to need to lay a foundation for this. Always, and she made up lies, how would, yeah.
Did you ever know of Angela to make up a lie to cover for Jake against George?
That I don't know. I know she made up several lies about me.
Okay.
One of them being stealing money from him, because I ain't never took a dime from him.
All right.
That's also come from the same woman who said I'd never amount to nothing and spend the rest of my life in prison.
And guess what? She's the one going to prison.
That's
right?
funny, ain't it?
I'll show you it's been marked, State Exhibit 21. I'm sorry, Wagner.
Yeah, thank you. Approach on this.
Yeah. Concerning Wagner Exhibit 21, so I don't need to ask this witness a question about that. So I'll withdraw that question. Now, when they moved over to Peterson Road, the Wagner family, you spent some time over there, correct?
Yeah.
All right, showing you Wagner Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this from over? Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a barn.
That's a barn. Have you ever been at that barn?
Yeah, I helped them build a little bit of it.
Great. You and George, and probably Jake, built that barn over on Peterson Road, right?
Yep.
Can you tell me about when that was that you did that?
Not really.
Okay.
A long time ago.
They just lived there for a few years, right?
Yeah.
And so what did you actually do?
I helped them put up them trusses, and I helped put a few of them panels on,
All right.
board panels, and I think I helped hang them doors on the back end of it, I'm pretty sure.
All right. Was this barn put up in a week or two, or how long did it take to?
Oh, no, it took a while.
How long would you say a while? Is it a few months, a few weeks?
Yeah, probably a few months, give or take, because we didn't just stay on it constantly, and I was only there a couple times to help them
All right.
with it.
Showing you a Wagner Exhibit 23. You ever seen this truck before?
No.
Now, George and Jake and Billy, they all drove trucks, right?
Yeah.
What kind of truck did George like to drive, if you know?
Cummins.
Cummins.
Yep, second gen most of the time.
All right. What's a Cummins for those of us that don't know?
This diesel engine.
Particular kind of diesel.
Yeah.
All right. Did you know George to have a Cummins tattoo?
Yeah.
A lot of young guys in this area would have a Cummins tattoo, is that right?
Yep.
Wait just a moment, Judge.
Slow
A few more questions, Chris, I'm almost done.
down. Oh, take your time.
All right. PCI interviewed you a couple of times, right?
Yeah.
All right, and they showed you a picture of a hand holding a Colt 1911, is that right?
Yeah.
All right, had you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Now, we talked earlier about George's relationship with his father, Billy. You saw him in a fist fight before?
I've seen him in a few altercations.
Explain those if you can.
A lot of screaming, a lot of yelling. A few swings here and there.
All right. Did you ever get into an altercation with Billy?
I wouldn't call it an altercation
What
per
would you
se.
call it?
He kept calling me, he kept calling me gay. And I can take a joke, you know what I mean? Hell, my friends joke with me all the time. This went on for about a week. And I told him, I said, Billy, you call me gay. Which ain't what he said. He called me another word. But I said, you call me gay one more time. I said, I'm going to roll your big hind end right down here on the ground. And he came over to me, which I'm only about eye level with his nipple anyway, because he's a big old brute.
Mm-hmm.
He came over to me, put his arm on, he leaned down there and he got my ear. He said, you're gay. I reached up, I grabbed him, I flip-flopped him back on the ground. I put him in a chokehold because that's about the only thing I could do with that big old brute. And my sister started screaming at me, telling me to let him go because he's turning blue.
That was April.
Yeah.
And that was over, was that at Bethel Hill?
Yep.
And that's the kind of guy Billy was, right?
Yep. Just a needler, I guess you could call it.
Right.
I mean, after a while, hearing the same thing, you kind of get
Tired of it.
Yeah. At least come up with some new material.
Great. Can I have just a moment? Did Jake dress differently than George? Do you know?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
He wore a lot of Pokemon stuff.
All right. And Jake liked The Walking Dead quite a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
Play the video game, if you don't.
That I don't know if he did or not.
All right. Wagner Exhibit 24. Do you recognize this, Chris?
Yeah, it was a profile picture.
That's the picture you talked about earlier on direct examination, right?
Yeah,
That's the wolf picture?
yeah.
Thank you, Chris. I don't have any other questions.
I'm done.
Does the state wish to redirect?
Yes. Mr. Newcomb, you are also a Walking Dead fan, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was in the earlier seasons. These newer stuff right here ain't worth nothing.
Don't like the newer
No.
seasons, but you also were a Walking Dead fan, just like Jake was, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was at least one thing you had in common with Jake.
Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that at some point, George got big enough that he could whoop Billy's.
Yeah. I got you.
And you were talking about the differences between Jake and George. Were they different builds, too?
Oh,
Was
yeah.
Jake more slight than George?
Jake was scrawny.
Okay. And George was pretty strong, too, right?
As an ox, yeah.
Okay. And tell me about that. Like, had you witnessed him with engines and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I could watch him pick up a 350 engine just
Okay.
like it's nothing.
Ever see him drag deer?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like a little mule going through here.
And were you aware that Billy had broke his back? Did you ever become aware of that?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. Talking about the weapons, you buy, sell, and trade, I believe you said, not just Jake and George asked you to do that, but a lot of people ask you
Yeah.
to do that. That's your business, right? Is
Yeah.
to buy, sell, trade, and people, if they're interested in something,
If they're needing something or looking for something, I do my best to find it because I know I can make $1 there.
okay. All right. Did you ever know George to have an SKS?
Yeah,
Okay. More than one?
several.
Okay. And do you recall if he ever got any of them off of you?
It was either he got one off me or I got one off him. It was one of them two. There was an exchange here someplace, but I can't remember
Okay.
how exactly it went.
All right. And you indicated that kind of where you got into this buying, selling, trading is because your father did that sort of stuff too, right?
My dad, my granddad, yeah.
It's kind of a lifelong generational thing. Okay. And your mother also is a notary, correct?
Yes.
So she can notarize titles and stuff. And is that helpful too sometimes in your
Oh, yeah.
buying, selling, trading, that she can kind of notarize that when you're doing title transfers and stuff? Okay.
Yep.
And you indicated that George would push back against Angela. Obviously, Angela, you testified, thought you were a bad influence on
Yeah.
George. Okay. And we heard that you smoked and drank and George smoked and drank, perhaps as a result of that.
It could be. I might have been a bad influence on some parts, yeah.
Okay. And were those some of the things that Angela was critical of, the fact that George drank and smoked and stuff? Is that things that she
I
did
don't
not?
know if she knew about it or not, but
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure she knew about him drinking, you know,
Mhm.
but I don't know if she knew about anything else.
Okay. And you indicated that Jake would basically fall into line pretty quickly with Angela, correct?
Yes.
But George might push back a little more.
He would. He'd push back
Okay. In the end, would he still do what his mother told him to do?
most of the time, yeah.
Okay. So he'd argue, but in the end, he would do what she said.
Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that your belief was that the Wagners had always kind of thought they might end up going back to Alaska because they liked it the first time they were there.
Yeah,
Okay. And again, the first time they went to Alaska, was that as a family? All
Yes.
4 of them?
yes,
Okay. And when they went back to Alaska, again, it was all 4 of them as a family, correct?
all 4 of them plus the kids, you know.
Plus the 2 kids, right? Okay. And you indicated you helped with that barn. Just so we're clear, were you out there at Peterson Road around the time of the homicides, either the week of the homicides or the week after the homicides?
I don't believe I was, because I'm pretty sure I was up in Chillicothe.
Okay. That's when Randa was expecting your first child,
Yeah.
correct? And I believe you testified you stayed
We was up there with her mom and dad.
with her
'cause,
parents.
yeah, it was her first kid. She was nervous and scared, you know, just as much as, well, if not more than I was, because at least she knew something. You know, she's raised to help raise her cousins and stuff like that. I had no experience with a baby at all. They scared me because I was always afraid I was going to break them. But yeah, she wanted that help from her mom and stuff like that while we was up there.
Okay. And in fact, there was a quarrel about you guys not coming to a 4th of July party after your son was born on, I think you said July 1st?
Yep.
And what was that quarrel?
Angela wrote on Facebook right there, or commented or something like that on a post of Randa's, and said that she was being a horrible mom, keeping that baby, meaning Colton, away from his family. And we had just got back from the hospital, like it was that day we got back from the hospital. And Randa was still, you know, woozy and everything else that comes along with right after pregnancy. And she didn't feel like going anywhere, and I told her, I said, well, we ain't going nowhere. I said, well, you know. I ended up swinging by for a little bit because I had to be down that way anyway to grab some clothes and stuff like that, so I ended up swinging by the cookout, but her and the baby stayed up there. And Randa said, if you want to come see the kid, or come see the baby, you come see the baby. But she ain't going nowhere until she gets healed up and feels like going someplace.
Okay.
It was probably a little bit more heated than that, but she can probably explain it better than I can.
Okay. And during George's adult life, have you ever known him not to live with his mother and his brother?
No.
You were asked about phone calls with Angela and Jake after they had both pled guilty. They didn't both plead guilty on the same day, did they?
I don't know.
Okay.
If they did or not, I didn't really catch that part.
Okay.
I learned about Jake's within 10 minutes before he called me. That's whenever I found out what Jake did, and he calls immediately, like 10 minutes later.
Okay. And he was the first one to plead, correct? Do you recall?
Yeah, I think so. I think he was. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think either my sister called right after he called me, or she called me, and then he called me on the first conversation. It was one of them two.
Okay. And safe to say you were upset when you talked to both of them, correct?
That's a polite way to put it, yeah.
Okay. And you were pretty emotional during those calls, correct?
Yep.
Maybe even crying?
I don't recall that. I remember being extremely mad, but I could have been crying.
Okay, okay. And did you also have a phone conversation with George after that time?
Yeah, but it was a while after that, though.
Okay. Were you upset when you were talking with him that first time as well?
Yes. I wasn't as upset because I had had time to calm
hadn't
myself
just
down.
gotten
You know
the
what I mean?
news.
But-
Yep,
But yeah, I was still pretty pissed. Sorry, Judge.
okay. And you've been asked about your observations and opinions on the dynamics of this family. Given your observations of the closeness of this family, did you have an opinion as to whether or not this crime could have been committed without all of them being involved?
Sustained.
Um, Your testimony regarding the closeness of this family, would you tell us about that?
Pretty tight-knit.
Okay. Did they pretty much know each other's business?
Yes.
Overruled.
And when you said earlier that you felt betrayed, did you also feel betrayed by George?
Yes.
I have no other questions, John.
For the cross.
Any questions? Chris, as you said here today, do you still love George? Like a brother?
Yes.
Do you feel the same way about Jake
No.
or Angela?
No.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Anything further from the state?
You were just asked if you still love George, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you also feel betrayed by him?
Yes, I do. Do I think we'd ever be as close as we was? Probably not. But he's the only one I remotely miss out of all of them.
Okay. And you were closest to him before all this?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Anything further?
Chris, I have a hard time hearing. Did you say you miss George?
I said he's the only one I do miss out of all of them.
You'd welcome him back in your home, wouldn't you?
Your Honor.
That'd be
I'm
getting a
gonna-
little close.
Thank you, Chris. No further questions.
Are you objecting to that question? Are you objecting to that?
Can you read that back for us? I want to hear his answer. The question was, would you still let him in the house, or would you let him in your home?
Welcome back in your home, wouldn't you? This can happen, Your Honor, witness that would be a little close.
Okay.
That part of the thing.
Do I need to clarify that?
All right. Anything further from this witness by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Is the defense through with this witness?
Yes, thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Where do I go?
The one that subpoenaed you could tell you where to go.
Just go outside and walk, yeah.
All right. So it's 4:20, 4:21, so we'll be adjourning for the day unless council has something not take too long that they want to put on this evening. No?
No.
Adjourn for the day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everybody's scheduled. We'll be beginning tomorrow at 9. The jury is to assemble at the jury room at 9 tomorrow morning. Until that time, you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence, not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict, to do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law, from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts concerning this case from any source at all, and that, of course, would include newspapers, radio, or television, but would also include Facebook, internet sources, other social media sources, any source at all. You're to refrain from all of that. And you are to have no contact, of course, with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Leave your notepads on your seats, wear your badges home, bring them here again tomorrow as we begin tomorrow. And so we are adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.